8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour live with the Good Time Gang. What's up? We got a lot to look forward to today. Willamette has not spun, so we got to be looking for that. And a first-time guest today on the Rick and Bubba Show. Guys are excited. They'll have SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey on the show today via Zoom. That'll happen in a couple of hours. RBU this week is with longtime friend and 3 on a String member, Brad Ryan. And if you like the Rick and Bubba jingle and you can't get it out of your head all day long, you have Brad Ryan to thank for that. So we'll have a good time with him on RBU today. Make sure that you're standing by for that. That'll hit Saturday morning, so set all of your podcast notifications to be in the loop. Make sure that you subscribe and like as well. So that's there for you. A lot happening, so let's get to it. Over to my right, it is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen.
What up, what up, what up?
Hey.
Everybody fired up for another day?
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a couple of shirts that Greg's been wearing lately that I really like, and
yeah?
I want to go get them, but then I've turned around and bought what Greg's bought.
And we might accidentally wear them.
Wear them
Now, if
same
it's a
time.
staff shirt, you get a pass.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one of them.
You like that?
That one and that Under Armour golf shirt that you wear.
Oh, yeah.
Checking out what Greg's wearing.
You want to borrow them?
You got a couple, Baldy. You got a couple shirts I like too, but I you and I have similar styles when it comes to clothes, so I don't think about it as much. And this one's lately come in my style, and I don't like it.
Well, you can borrow them. Don't worry about it.
Do you remember when you borrowed those shoes from me when we were waiters?
Yes, and they were too big for me.
But you wore them anyway because you had to have them.
You remember I
gave
you that purple shirt and you never wore it?
That's not true. I did wear it.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Very expensive shirt.
Washed his car with it.
And I liked it. No, Amanda didn't like it and tossed it.
Hey, I
gave it away.
You know what? I do the same thing. Blame it on your wife.
That's what she did. Not
me.
Me.
Because how can we prove it? Hey, Amanda didn't like it. She gave it away. That's fine.
She really did. I wore it a few times, and she was like, "You are not wearing that anymore."
Have you ever bought something and then afterwards you wear it like one time? You're like, "Why'd I buy that?"
Yeah,
you ever
do
done
that a lot.
That was one for me.
Definitely.
I just buy things a lot in general and think, "Why did I buy this?"
I bought that for Regents Tradition when I played.
I remember that.
And everybody, of course, this one right here, had a little fun with it, so I didn't wear it anymore.
Well, look, you were trying to look like a professional golfer. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, it's just a golf shirt. It's just,
I agree.
It's a good quality golf shirt.
I don't find myself wearing purple shirts much. No offense.
It's a shade of purple.
Excuse me?
I guess it's a shade of purple.
Yeah, this one was dark purple.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So
I think that's why Amanda didn't
No
like
offense
it.
to purple teams and purple people, but
Minnesota Vikings, you got a good look, but that's just not us.
Right.
That one you get away with it because it's got that. I don't know what you call that, but it's
I don't know. That's comfortable. Very comfortable.
I'm almost going to say like a washout, grayed out,
You want to wear it next second?
Good night. You want to swap or something? Or
the other day.
You want to get in there with it?
I don't know what it is. I noticed clothes, and I'm not a big clothes guy. Like, I wear the same exact. I've got two pairs of pants, maybe three, and I've got like 10 shirts I rotate, period.
I'm the same way.
But I will compliment people on their clothes. I don't know. I think I need to stop doing this. The other day when I was at that tennis clinic thing, I told a guy, I said, "Man, I really like those shoes." And it caught him. I think it caught him off guard. Like, why is this guy complimenting my shoes?
One eye, was it?
No, it wasn't him.
One-eyed Jack?
It'd be One-Eyed Mark, actually.
Oh, okay.
Wow, impressive.
Figured out his name.
Impressive that you can play with one eye.
But he said thank you, but I could tell it kind of caught him off guard. Like,
he said thank you to get away.
It was almost like,
get away.
I don't even like these shoes. What are you talking about?
Well,
that kind of thing. That was almost the way. That was the tone he had. I don't even like these. Why are you complimenting?
Did you like them funny ones Adler wore? The ones that look like clown shoes?
I wouldn't wear them, but I didn't have a problem with them.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do.
He can pull it off. I can't. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
So
There's
your fashion tips from the kickoff hour.
There you go. If you're wondering what's going on. Let me ask y'all a question. And this is going to sound weird, so forgive me. But are potatoes a big part of y'all's life?
Yeah.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they left my life, I could survive.
Yeah,
but I do like a potato.
All right. Do you eat the skin?
Starches are not too good for you.
But you don't eat the skin?
No.
Have you ever?
Yeah.
No,
I'll eat it when it's cooked on it, like you got, when you cook it.
You're talking about a baked potato and then
baked potato.
No.
What about when you were drunk?
No.
Okay.
I know people that peel the skin off and eat it. And I just can't do that.
Love it.
Yeah.
we will.
Hey, you like these? But that's the best part. What
But
you
it's
doing?
not. But
it's
it's
not the best part.
Hey, we'll have grilled chicken in a baked potato in a second.
I like a good
I mean, that's
baked
a
potato.
go-to.
Twice bake.
Yeah.
Goodness
Ooh,
gracious.
Oh
Good
my
tater.
goodness! Come on with it. Today's National Potato Day is why I'm asking.
Okay.
And it made me start thinking.
Spud Day.
Baked potatoes are a big part of the Wilburn life. I mean, we eat a lot. It is a go-to if like we don't want to cook and make a big meal.
Do you go
it's
oven
like,
or microwave?
Quickly do it as microwave.
Yeah, but something about the
Yeah.
old traditional oven, it takes a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah.
does.
But if you're just like, hey, here we go.
That
let's
air
do
fryer
this,
helps.
Oh, does it bake them?
Yeah.
I have not put a baked potato in the air fryer. I haven't done it. You have, Helmsy?
No, I haven't. But
Nothing
Okay.
worse.
I was about to
Nothing worse
say.
than to cut your potato open.
I hadn't found anything that you can't cook in the
Yeah, it's really something else.
goodness.
I hate to cut my potato open and get my fork in and it sticks and it's hard on the
Yeah,
inside.
let's not
You go,
do that.
God, it ain't done.
Let's not do that. But we'll do that, and then we'll have some grilled chicken and plop that thing in there, and we'll have us one. And I have noticed that I'm eating more of the skin now.
Why?
Well, I just feel like there's a lot wasted.
I don't
You
want
know?
to eat the
Wasted.
skin of the
Yeah.
potato. I know it's been washed, but something
Yeah.
about that's nasty.
And you're trying to scrape all the potato off the skin, and you
I
can't
know,
get it all.
but I've just never been one to eat the skin.
I don't
never,
go that deep with it, I guess.
Never have.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Wow, you leave a lot.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah.
I don't clean
Now,
my potato.
I'll skin it down pretty good, but
Yeah.
clean your tater.
Potatoes come into my world about every third day
Yeah,
in some form or fashion.
I may have some this morning with breakfast. I
Terry
may.
Wilburn will eat the skin. In a
Well, I
second.
know a
that
lot
way.
of people.
Amanda's the same
Yeah.
way.
I mean, I guess it's okay. I
I
just
mean,
can't do it.
There's going to be pieces.
Why not, Greg? It's the best part.
It's the best part you're
hey,
missing out.
it is
So
the
you're
best
telling
for
me
you.
it tastes good?
It's really good for you.
Okay.
I'll say this.
I heard that.
Y'all don't eat the skin.
No, do not.
I do.
Look,
I
here he
never
goes.
eat
Watch.
skin.
That's the best part.
What in the? Do y'all's mommies cut the crust off your sandwiches too?
Yes.
Adler's mad at us.
I just don't want to eat the skin. I just pictured the old dirty potato laying in the potato field.
I have a feeling that some of your minions are upset with you right now.
No, I just
And then,
never eat the skin. Never have.
I will leave
In
some.
fact, I'm mad at people that do.
I mean, like, in other words, if I have a baked potato, I'm not going to have a clean plate. There's going to be some left over, but I'll eat a lot of the skin.
Oh, I get a lot of the, I'm going to have to work extra hard to get down to the skin. I don't leave a lot in the potato. I mean, and you can sometimes do it like this and it'll fall out.
Well, Adler's on y'all.
Oh, Adler. Oh, well, he don't know.
He don't know?
He don't know nothing.
Sorry, Ad. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. National Potato Day is why I'm asking. But it just made me start thinking about potatoes. We got a lot of potatoes at the house. We'll eat one in a second.
I like a good old baked potato.
Yeah?
I like them sweet too.
No,
What if
I don't eat
What if
those.
Greg
You
had
don't
a,
eat sweet potatoes?
No, I don't like them. I don't like
Oh,
the
it's
way they look.
presentation.
Yeah,
That's
I don't like
I
the way
knew
they
that.
look.
What if Greg had that shirt on eating a baked potato? You couldn't take your eyes off of him, could you?
Bubba.
21 minutes, almost 22 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, Greg. So in the break, you said Lisa reached out to you and informed you that she eats the skin
That's
of a
what
potato.
she said. I've never noticed that. I think
She said in
dabbles
her text, she said, honey, I'm more of a man than you are.
Well, not those exact words, but kind of.
Yeah.
But I think she dabbles in it. I've never seen her eat the
But you're not
I'm
very-
talking about like pick up the skin and eat it. I've never seen that. Now, if you put a little steak sauce on it or something like that. And,
Right.
and that
I mean, we're not saying we eat a hot dog like a potato like a hot dog. We just pick it up and eat it.
Do you wad
We're
it up
just-
and like put it all in your mouth?
No,
at
we're
one
just
time?
saying if there's a baked potato and it's open and we're eating it like a baked potato, then we don't just leave the skin. Is all.
I've never noticed her doing that. So
Well, you're not very
we're
observant
going to
though.
put a stop to that.
Would you notice something like that? You think?
Yeah, I
You
notice
would?
everybody that eats their potato skin. If I'm happen to be at the table with them,
Yeah.
I don't go around looking for it. I don't sneak up on people.
Right.
I don't ask them, "Are you going to eat that skin?"
Yeah.
I may start.
I have noticed that if I'm out eating like at a restaurant, back when we could do that a lot, I've noticed I ate less skin there. It's
Yeah,
more
you
of a
embarrassed a little bit.
Well, yeah, you don't want to tear
Here
it
it
up.
comes.
Here's how this will help.
This is Adler.
This will help. This is how I do it. So you know those barbecue bakers at those barbecue restaurants?
Oh,
here in
those are
town?
good.
They're just amazing.
Bring it.
How about a
It's
taco
so-
tater? You ever had one of them? Ooh,
Ooh, now that sounds good.
Yeah,
I've never
Struts.
never even heard of that.
yeah. Struts has got them.
But these barbecue bakers, what I know this is weird, but I will take it. I'll get it to go. I'll take it home. I'll put the entire big old potato, because sometimes they take like 2 potatoes and put them together to make a mega potato, you know. And it's like $11, and it's like 10 pounds of food, and you're like, this is amazing. But if you only eat out the middle, you don't get all the
You don't.
nutrients. You don't get
Well, I
as
ain't
much.
worried
food.
about that. I'm just talking about.
Okay, you're not worried about nutrients.
Not
Just
really.
Well, if you're worried about
generally, like-
nutrients with potatoes, I'd stay away from the starch to begin with.
Well, no.
I just don't eat them every day.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, but you don't want to go too heavy on refined starches for sure. And potatoes are generally, they're a heavy starch.
They are.
Potatoes like
you're
the
right.
banana.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah.
people say it's bad for you. Some people say it's good for you.
Oh, a banana! If you say a banana's good, not good for you, you're crazy.
There's
Yeah.
I've
There's
seen-
people
I've
out
seen-
there.
I've
There's
seen
people out
articles
there.
on it.
Really, the starch in the potato is out for me. We're talking about the piece, the part of the potato. They claim the skin is the most.
Oh,
the I guess has the most nutrients in it.
Got it.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
we got
that's all-
that.
that's
My
all we're
point
saying.
is,
I don't eat
there's
potatoes
other.
to be healthy.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
I eat them because
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
them.
So
That's
I
the
ta-
entire
I take
point.
the whole thing. I
Sweet
put
potato,
it
really.
on. I take it home and I put it on a cutting board in my house. And I will chop that
Oh.
thing to pieces. Chop it up, stir it up. You
I
got
feel
the
like
meat.
it's dirt.
You got the cheese. You got the skin. You got the starch. You got the barbecue sauce. Just mix it all up. I get a mixing bowl. I'm like a witch with like a cauldron,
Oh,
just
wow.
stirring it up. And then sometimes I'll add some more barbecue sauce, maybe a little bit more, whatever here
You
and
got
there.
the skin all
I
chopped
just
up
chop
in
it all up in it, and I eat it. And it
I
is
do a lot
so
of-
The
good.
skin makes me
It's
think
so
of dirt.
Good.
It makes me think dirt. I'm
Well,
eating
the way
dirt.
he's doing it though, you don't even know what's in there.
It's just-
hey,
yeah,
I
it's
love
so
doing
If you
potato
want to eat
salad.
dirt, fine.
It's a
I
potato
love eating
bowl.
dirt.
I love bowls. I do bowls all the time with
I do
things.
too.
I love that.
I'll eat out of a mixing bowl in a second. Aaron hates it. She's like, "You look ridiculous."
You do mix up a lot of
Oh, I mix
in the
everything
kitchen
up.
every
yeah.
morning.
See, I don't go that far. I just normally eat a potato and then but I won't eat the whole.
I'll
the
start
whole
saving
skin.
my potato skins and bring them to you.
Yeah, come on.
Will you
do
bring
it.
'em to
Hey,
us?
next time you eat a potato, I want you to try a little bit of skin.
I don't think I've ever eaten the potato
eat a little bit of
skin.
dirt.
Not one
Greg.
time in my
Greg,
life.
eat some dirt.
Will you go?
It's like eating dirt.
Will you bring us dirt from your garden, Greg, too? To eat?
You eat them little eyes that grow on potatoes? You eat them too?
No, you chop them off.
Okay.
You got to cut those off.
Just saying.
And then you got to wash them real good. You get
Yeah,
less
but
dirt.
you don't know who washed them if you didn't prepare them.
Jim did, and Nick. They wash them real good.
That's good.
But that's just
Jim
my
and
take on. That's
But
my
then
take
again,
on it.
it bacon, it ought to kill whatever's on it. If you like dirt, eat it. Fine.
I'm sure there's honestly probably some
Have you
good
been
stuff
checked for worms?
Greg,
Now we're there.
No.
See where it
Eating
he'll
goes?
ruin a food in a
Yeah.
minute.
dirt.
In a second.
By the way, while we're talking about just me being checked for bugs,
Oh, wow. That's a subject.
Have you ticked?
I have a story. I got a story for the big show.
You got head lice.
You do.
I
You
got, a
got
story
head
for the
lice
big-
now.
I don't have
long
head lice, Greg.
Ooh, body lice worse.
Scabies.
I had all those. Those were all thoughts of mine.
Oh no, it's
Those-
your itching.
as I
Chiggers?
scratch as
What about
that was a
chiggers?
thought. That was a thought.
Everybody gets that.
No see 'em.
I actually have a pretty big story for the show to tell you guys about. So I'll wait till the big show if that's all right with you.
Yeah, if you think you're too good.
Found a
in
tick
here,
under
I
your
can-
eye.
You're too good to be in here with us.
Yeah,
That's fine.
you know,
That's fine.
get it.
I eat potato skins. I'm kind of uppity. You know?
Yeah, I know about it. I
High
chop 'em.
class.
I chop them up. You don't know they're there.
All right, so
But
I'm gonna put
y'all,
that down over here.
It is the worst.
Adlers eat up with bugs. Is that how you mean put it?
I hate bugs so much, and this is the worst bug experience I've ever had in my entire
You
life.
ate a roach.
No.
No, I played on the
no.
best of the last time we were off. That time that giant roach crawled across your back.
Yes, while I was sleeping.
Yes.
Oh, while I was sleeping, that's the worst.
Yeah,
Gosh.
You thought maybe you dreamed it, and then you saw him.
right.
I have decided that if I could, yeah. I like try to
that
convince
was a
myself.
dream.
Oh, that was just my hair falling down my back weirdly and slowly, but it wasn't. It was a bug. But guys, I've decided that I think if I could get rid of anything, if I had to choose between COVID and bugs, I would choose bugs.
Really?
I'm almost there.
Okay. Is it
almost
any
So they're
crawling
neck and neck.
insect at all, or just bugs in general, flying,
I'm done with
crawling?
them. I'm done with
everything?
bugs.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel about bugs the way that Greg feels about potato skin.
Okay.
It sounds like it's bugs that they've somehow got on him and
Yeah,
violated
yeah,
him too. So
right.
I can't wait.
Y'all
to
aren't
hear
ready
that.
for this. I
Yeah.
mean, it's been a
What?
tough time. It's been a tough
Okay.
time. Yeah.
All right.
So we were on the back porch, breezeway, whatever, sitting out last night. Got dark, so you can't see. I mean, we're just sitting out there talking, and so you can't really see. It's not lit at all. So we're just kind of sitting there talking. Got the moonlight, and that's about it. And all of a sudden, Terry goes, "Oh!" and she like hits her shoulder like there's a bug on her. And I'm sitting right beside her, and she clearly knocks it on me.
and then you start screaming.
You know, and
like,
then
like a
and then
girl.
I'm like,
Yeah.
"What was that?" She's like, "It was a bug." And I said, "Well, did you throw it over here on me?" Well, I had to get it off of me. I said, "So is there a bug on me?" She said, "I don't know," but she said it was big. It crawled down my neck, and I'm like, "So you just slung it off on me?" So before I know it, I'm up
you get it?
trying to do. I don't know what it was. No, it was there. I needed closure on what it was that she like just slung over on me.
And it lands right here on your neck.
Quick side bug story. I was mowing the lawn this past weekend. A leaf landed on my arm, and I freaked out. I thought it was a bug. And I knew,
slap your arm?
I know the neighbors saw me like freak out, and I just like had to like visibly shake my head, like, "Oh, that was stupid," and
Yeah.
keep going. It's like it's like when you trip over nothing, you have to look back and look at it. It was that situation. Yeah. So
All right, so I can't wait. I'm putting
Bug
that down
story.
for the big show today.
Helms, you of all the bugs you named, it was in the list that you named.
Oof.
Oh no,
We'll come back.
And none
to
of them are good.
no.
No.
Some of them are worse.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let y'all. I'm sorry for jumping in here. I interrupt y'all's morning.
you're
so
fine.
much.
Yeah.
Honey,
But I
that-
do eat potato skin, so that makes me better than y'all.
Yeah. 25 minutes till top of the hour. We thank you so much for being with us here on the Kickoff Hour. And we thank you for participating as always. You can go to rickandbubba.com, click on contact, email any of us. You can also follow the show and individual members on social media. Just go to rickandbubba.com. All the links there are on the homepage. Upcoming events, O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, it's there for you too. The store's got all the Rick and Bubba merchandise. So it is the home of Rick and Bubba, rickandbubba.com. A little bit later in the show today, SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey will be on the show for the first time. He has not been on the Rick and Bubba show, not like straight up interview. Here he is calling in, zooming, whatever. So that'll be a first, and we'll have a good time with him. A little bit later on today, we'll record Rick and Bubba University with Brad Ryan. And if you know this theme right here, you'll learn that Brad Ryan had a lot to do with that, and we'll discuss that. Growing up, I know the families knew each other, Greg.
We met so as kids.
Been lifelong friends, and he's, of course, a member of Three on a String, so a lot to discuss there. And he's also the storyteller of She Commenced to Shaving, if you know that best of bit. So a lot to discuss with Brad Ryan today on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast that will hit Saturday morning. Adler just told us he has a bug story that will be for the main show today, and the Wheel of Meat could spin, so that's all there for you. All right, so real quick, I guess, news update, sports update. Yesterday, around the same time, I guess, we were talking about the Detroit Tigers team of broadcasters got in some heat yesterday. The color commentator, Jack Morris, former player and now part of the Detroit Tigers broadcasting crew, was in trouble because Shohei Osaki was what did I just say?
Osani.
That's it.
I mean, it's Ohani. You said Osaka.
Shohei, okay. Yeah, I don't know why I said that. I was just going off memory.
Shohei
Ohani.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Anyway, he was.
We were talking in your defense. We were talking about Osaki the other
that's
day,
what
or
it was.
Osaka, however you say that one.
And we,
Naomi.
I don't know why I combined all those two. Have no idea, and probably need to be studied.
You probably need to put on suspension with Jack Morris.
Well, that's the update. He has been now suspended by the Detroit Tigers on his comment that he made, and we broadcast yesterday when he was talking about saying be very, very careful. They said that he said it in an Asian accent.
So he must be suspended.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Unreal.
He's suspended.
Guys, we are the biggest bunch of puds.
We really
who has
are.
Ever lived. How about this? Let's say you are offended by it. Work through it. So what? I'm offended. You know what? I don't like Jack Morris anymore. I don't want to listen to him. I don't like him. So that's fine. That's your, but as far as A, I got to apologize, and then B, now we're going to suspend me. What is the big deal?
Oh, this is going to really.
There's no law against being a jerk. I don't think he was a jerk, but if you do think he was, there's no law against it. What does it matter? On the scale of things that are going on in this world, and we see a lot of it. I mean, my goodness, we're worried about this. We even care.
Valley Sports Detroit.
Persevere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have come out and made an announcement. They say we are extremely disappointed with the remarks that analyst Jack Morris made during last night's Tigers game, the network said in a statement. Jack has been suspended indefinitely from the Tigers broadcast and will undergo bias training to educate him on the impact of his comments.
We
and
must
he can be a positive
reprogram you.
influence in a diverse community. We have zero tolerance policy for bias and discrimination and deeply apologize for the offensive remarks.
He didn't.
Or insensitive, I should say.
He didn't say Japanese people shouldn't play baseball. He didn't do anything like that. The guy was making a joke.
Of course, his number was retired by the Tigers after he was elected to the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The organization issued a statement as well regarding this situation. And
so they had to make a statement because he's in the Hall of Fame.
Now the Detroit Tigers have made a statement. They say, we take immense pride in honoring the diverse cultures that make up our players, coaching staff, front office, fan base, and community. We are deeply disappointed by the comments made by Jack Morris during the broadcast last night. We fully support Valley Sports Detroit's decision and their ongoing commitment to ensure that all personnel are held to the highest standards of personal conduct.
Yeah, that's rough what he did, y'all.
Unreal.
That's terrible. I don't know how the man's even allowed to. I think they'll lock him up, put him in jail. I mean, that's unreal. I mean, what he did was inexcusable. Are you kidding? Now we got former teams that he played for apologizing. What's that got? Because they're scared. Somebody going, hey, y'all retired his number. Y'all retired. Did you hear him make that Asian crack? Come on. Everybody needs to lighten the crap up.
Yeah, they really do. It's really
I think
sad.
we need to go back where everybody makes fun of everybody.
Guys, Jack Morris
stereotypes.
apologized. He did it very well. Okay, if you want,
And I think that wasn't necessary, but at least
I don't
but he
either.
did.
I don't either.
I
But
get
he
it.
did. Okay, and he didn't do anything that. Goodness.
And if for those of you, let's just be fair. You might I missed yesterday's show. What are you talking about? Here is what he said, and then the apology on air. Take a listen. Oh, it's just canceled me. Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Well,
We
you're
have a
canceled.
little.
Do you know why?
We have a little cancel here. Let's see if we can cancel the playback.
Now what do you do with Shohei Ohtani?
Be very careful. Shohei Ohtani has come to the plate, and it's been brought to my attention, and I sincerely apologize if I offended anybody, especially anybody in the Asian community, for what I said about pitching and being careful to Shohei Ohtani. I did not intend for any offensive thing, and I apologize if I did. Certainly respect and have the utmost respect for this guy.
Done.
There you
Done.
go.
Done.
There you go.
That's
Done.
okay. Hey, got it, Jack.
So that's it.
You apologize
yeah.
for it,
I-
and you obviously are, you're not a
That's
horrible
it.
person.
Can I just say this? No one has pointed this out. I've not heard this one thing, and I'll probably get in trouble for saying this.
Oh no.
What he said was actually a compliment to Shohei.
To be very careful.
Yeah, if you're
right.
going to pitch
You're right.
to Shohei, you better be careful.
Yeah.
because he's going to launch his 40th home run up in
Right.
the stands. It was a compliment.
I've never thought of it that way, but you're right.
It's how he
Basically,
said
it's
it.
going, you better look out.
That's
Hey,
how he said it,
almighty.
guys. It's not what he said. It's how he said it.
Well,
I'm sorry. Of course,
Again,
all the
I don't
complaints
think that-
coming from TV viewers and social media.
it's all
They had to
it's
tell
all
their-
the
well, they're
fake world
waiting.
we
They had to
live
tell
in.
everybody to be offended.
I wonder, I
Golly.
truly wonder if they would have just ignored it or just after the apology left it alone, who would have really cared? Why do we think we have to
Not
go?
a soul.
Nobody would
Not
have
a
been.
soul.
And if they were, they would have been such a small portion. Why do you even care what they think?
I don't
You know the man. He's never been in trouble for anything like this, or like I'm acting like he did something wrong.
Right.
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
It
If I was
really
him,
is.
I'd tell him to stick it.
How would you?
I'm
What would you
I'd
say?
Stick it.
All right. Also, saw what Freddie Freeman hit for the Cyclones second time in his career yesterday.
that?
They swept the Marlins. It's pretty cool if you love the Braves. And then the Yankees swept the Red Sox. So that's a little bit of Major League Baseball for you. Nebraska back to college football
Tiny
here.
Scott
Be very
Frost.
careful.
They claim. I mean, there's reports they might be in trouble here. They're being investigated for NCAA violations, and head coach Scott Frost is also under investigation. They say that they participated in off-campus practices and used analysts and consultants during the summer pandemic when there was rules stating that you could not get together and be practicing. The university athletic department had to come out yesterday with a joint presser with Coach Frost and make a statement. And of course, Coach Frost said, "Hey, look, whatever I did was approved by my superiors," and has hired his own personal attorney. But ESPN said the NCAA has already spoken to Coach Frost and currently former staff members as well on what might have happened. The investigation includes Nebraska's use of analysts and consultants running special teams drills. Analysts are not among the 10 full-time on-field assistants and were not allowed to speak with the players but were used. And Action Sports says they actually have video confirming that practices were in violation and that Coach Frost was present with other assistants off campus.
And they said they also heard him. He did actually use an Asian accent while telling
boy, he'd really be in trouble. He'd be canceled. Might as well quit.
These are the kind of things that I wish the NCAA would just go away.
Yeah, I mean, I was waiting to hear.
Goodness
Scandal. I was waiting to hear
gracious.
somebody got paid, bought a car. This is
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, during the
Big
summer,
whoop.
during the
Big
pandemic
whoop.
of 2020, they got together when they weren't supposed to, and they got video of it, and now they're in trouble.
How about
Who
how about
pimped
how about
on him?
I'll go this far? Okay, I want Nebraska. It's better for Nebraska to be good at college football again. I'd like to see y'all practice more than this investigation.
Absolutely. And I can promise you this: they weren't the only ones doing it.
No,
You can
no.
write that down. Get your pen out and write it down.
Right. Hey, y'all go over there and practice. We're not going to be there.
Be
but-
very, very careful.
Hey, put this earpiece in because I'm going to be talking across the street to you in a
Exactly.
two-way.
That's what happened.
Carry on, Huskers. Onward and
what?
upward. Keep practicing.
Was anybody hurt by that?
I don't know. They actually had to come out to a microphone yesterday and make statements.
I'm done with people apologizing. How about this? If people think you're a jerk, then you just have to deal with the repercussions of being a jerk. I'm done with people.
You live that
apologizing.
every day, Greg.
Yeah. Majority of the people are good with you. You got some that don't like you, but
What do you tell the ones that aren't good with it?
Tell them to take a hike. Lump it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
All right, sorry about that. We're back 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is brought to you by helixsleep.com/Bubba. How'd you sleep last night, Gregory?
Good.
You sleep good, big guy?
Yeah, I sleep good every night because I got a Helix.
Yeah.
Lisa and I love the Helix. It's a big one, too, big old king size.
Yes, sir. You want to know why? Because you took a survey,
Yes,
and
I did.
it didn't take long at all, but they
Told
were
them my
like,
preferences,
Yep.
and they custom made it to fit what I like.
hey, what size you want? Is it you want soft, medium, firm? What do you want? Hey, we even have Helix Plus mattresses if you need
Watch
something a little bigger. They've got it, and they're the number one. They've just been named the number one best overall mattress picked by GQ and Wired magazine. And right now, when you visit helixsleep.com, and Helix is HELIX, helixsleep.com/Bubba, you'll save $200 plus get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. Nothing to lose. So go right now to helixsleep.com. Let it come right to your front door and save $200, as I just said, plus that 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. It all happens at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so as we come back, one thing you love about the show and one thing you hate about the show is sometimes we fly by the seat of our pants, but it's just a stream of consciousness. And right now we were talking in the break about a Huntsville, Alabama COVID-19 briefing, and I understand from this Facebook link that someone sent us that there was music involved.
All right, so
boy.
you're going to want to skip to 46 minutes into this thing.
Yeah.
And it's a Huntsville COVID update, and a gentleman, I guess people have been discussing COVID for the last 46 minutes. Yeah, suggestions. And this gentleman, don't know his name. He is a physician. He gives his credentials. And he sounds like, okay, wow, we're about to hear something here. Like this he's had 30-something years of experience, respiratory.
He sets it up really good.
Physician, and sets it up to like, okay, we're about to have an impact here. And then he asks if he can play something for him.
All right, let's see what we got here.
In critical care.
He's talking to the panel.
And education.
Don't worry about audio or video.
At CTK, we create evidence-based communication tools for the public.
They're all spread out with their masks
And if
on.
I may, I'd like to share something with you, because I think that this particular piece means something to each one of you in your own areas.
This is in the chambers of the Huntsville City Hall.
And this is called Get Your Shot.
Get Your Shot?
This is what he...
The world is fighting COVID-19.
What?
The good news is that we have a vaccine. First, make a plan. This is the plan. Register your name, line up, and get your shot.
Oh, my goodness.
It goes on and on
And then he
and
gets
on.
to rapping.
Yeah.
Really?
He has
about
spoken
COVID.
word in it.
Yeah,
oh, my.
spoken
Okay, because it
words.
stops at 49 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's.
You don't have to keep playing.
What's funny is I watched some of in the councils up there, whatever they are, and they have their masks, but some don't have them on. But right before he starts singing, they put them on. I bet they're glad because it hid the way the looks on their face were. Because they were all like.
And I do have contact information.
All right, I'm going back. I'm just skipping through it
So my
because
question
I don't have Facebook. It is trying to stop.
Yeah, that's what it did.
It's trying to stop me what I'm doing.
It's a party in there for a minute.
Your Shot is part of a
COVID-19.
5-song COVID-19 educational suite. The songs roughly are about 1 minute to a minute and 15
So
seconds.
he's written a bunch of
They
songs.
can be used in a variety of applications for each one
I wanna
of
see the
your...
All right, so is
Council
what
space.
he's saying? I'm coming in front of the city council, so I've made some songs. They're
They
all
think
about
to
they're
help
all
get the
about
message
1
out.
minute, and I think if y'all want, y'all can use these to help, educate people and encourage them to get the shot. That's why he's there, right?
Yeah.
And this is in Huntsville, Alabama.
That's it.
The first floor chambers of the Huntsville City Hall for the Huntsville COVID-19 team briefing, and he steps up and wants to talk to
I'm
the
going to be
panel.
honest with you. If I have not at this point got the vaccine because I have the natural antibodies, I had it. If I walk into a clinic to get my shot, let's say today I'm going to a clinic.
Okay.
And today's the day I'm getting my shot.
Where are you going?
And I hear just right down the road to a family physician.
Okay.
Right there, I mean, just right 3 miles down the road.
All right.
And I get in the lobby and I've signed up and I hear in the speakers this song's playing. I'm going to get up and leave.
Oh, no, it's a toe tapper. It's going to make me get back.
I'm out of there.
I'm going to start rolling my sleeve out the minute.
Well,
I
you
hear
know,
it.
I've got secondhand, so I'm definitely leaving.
COVID-19.
I'm gone.
I'm definitely
I'll get my
leaving.
shot another
Question to
day.
you is how do we get this to be distributed for wider use to the public?
Oh, he's really behind
Because everything
Yeah.
that we create is evidence-based. It's not just something I made up. With
Okay.
Register your name, line up and
Get your shot.
Look, I got to give him credit. It's a toe tapper. You know, it's a toe tapper.
And look, it's working. It's already working on us.
What if yesterday
And get your shot.
when President Biden was having his booster speech yesterday, they
Yeah.
played this as he walked off the stage.
See? That's
COVID-19.
And get your shot. Mr. President, why are you turning around and walking away with no questions again? Mr. President.
Yeah, I've noticed. Hey, buddy, you're the president. You got to take some questions every now and then.
No. Well, he
You
did
know.
with Stephanopoulos and ABC. I
Well, he
guess.
ain't gonna let, because it was all canned.
And they've got some of that tape
They
that's
warned
being
him.
released, supposed to be played today, but
He can't handle them hollering at him.
no. And
So he
That's
wants.
good
They got to
stuff.
figure out how to use them.
thank you all so much for sending that to us. The Huntsville COVID-19 briefing.
He's put a lot of effort into it. You
Yeah,
gotta
that
give
will
him-
that will
a
that will
decent voice.
have a little
Yeah.
social media.
Got a nice little voice.
I know.
So there's as we go to break here, Terry. It's very rare that Terry brings a
supposed to count.
story to the show that says, "Hey, I heard this," and I'm like, "Okay, well, what you got?" I mean, I'm not saying it's like just not ever happening, but it's not like every day. So I'm outside. She comes back, and I come back in. She says, "You're not going to believe what I just saw on TV." And I said, "What?" She said, "There's a story out that a university has announced they're going to have Wi-Fi restrictions for unvaccinated students reporting to campus."
What, they going to spread it through Wi-Fi?
And I'm like, "Are you serious? Are you serious?" And she said, "Yes." She said,
Just punishment, I guess.
she said an email was sent to the students of the university and stated that approximately 600 students have yet to get full vaccine shot. Man, and there's a mandate for if you're going to return to school, you got to have it. And to punish them, they can be fined financially. And if you're unvaccinated, you're going to have Wi-Fi restrictions, which means no Wi-Fi for you.
No Wi-Fi for you.
And I don't know how you pronounce it. Go with that one, Greg. Is it
Quinnipiac?
University?
Let
They've
me ask
announced
you-
why.
hey,
So I mean,
I got
does that not sound creepy to y'all?
It does, but
They want you to be
What if-
very, very careful.
watch it. What if they get that song that guy wrote, that jingle, and play it to the students and see if they run out and get vaccinated?
Yeah.
So basically, they're saying if you're not vaccinated, you can't have any. We're taking your Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
You can't have fun things you like, even
Yeah.
though Wi-Fi has nothing to do with it.
And financially, you're going to be hit.
Get your shot.
And get your shot. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings
6
me
minutes
to
now
my
past the
knees.
hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome in for another hour. We're glad you're here. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's get started with a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. They've been giving you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. That includes America's boldest radio stations along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Also catch it live on our TuneIn app if you don't have a Rick and Bubba station. Also catch it on your own time on our podcast archives, or watch it live, or watch it on your own time on the YouTube channel. All these options are available at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Coming up on the program today, SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey will be with us. A lot has been going on with the OSEC, including the addition of Oklahoma and Texas in the future. We'll talk to him about that and trying to do another season through an ongoing pandemic. And isn't that just a barrel of fun? Shocking breaking news out of Afghanistan today. Shocking. It's actually a headline as if it is breaking news. Across the way, look there. There he is, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Good morning, Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the internet sensations, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody say, she told me.
But it's not me.
Odd man out.
That's
Not
right.
a good scenario.
Look, he's gonna break her heart. You don't want to see it.
Yep.
She's a woman in love, but guess what? It ain't me. She used to be the kind of woman. So we got SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey today.
Yeah. Wow. He's been a busy guy. Just got a contract extension.
Yep.
negotiated a big deal with ABC, brought in a couple of new members. He ain't had a thing going on.
Nope.
Been pretty successful with all of his contract negotiations. Maybe he needs to handle our deal.
there you go.
We'll see if he's available today.
Sure.
So,
we will jump back into Rick and Bubba folklore today with Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We interview Brad Ryan. There's a story today, and he sent me some audio with it when we record it. It was a story that goes all the way back to our childhood, Greg. I remember the moment that it happened. We were I think. So how old would we have been? Let's see. We were teenagers in the late 70s, early 80s. So it would have been in our teenage years, and it was something that we'd been exposed to as kids. And I remember the day that I heard it, and I thought to myself, "What's happening here?" And I'll just leave it at that. And Brad Ryan we will unpack. There's a piece of Three on a String history that you guys do not know about, and it's something that everybody will know. Very few people will not know it, and it ties back just like this show. How many things tie back to Gadsden, Alabama?
Yeah.
Well,
And
you really got me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So don't miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, and certainly we'll talk about the creation of this most famous song.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
We'll talk about who that is. Rick and Bubba. The man who created the Rick and Bubba theme. I was living on Emmy Gill Road in Oxford, Alabama. The old Rick and Bubba show was just an idea. The name Rick and Bubba was not. We just started it, and a cassette tape arrived in my mailbox from Brad Ryan. Give that a listen, see what you think. And the rest they say, Bubba,
is history.
The rest they say is history. So and he even laughed on the phone with me yesterday. He said, "I honestly thought I'd never hear from you." I thought Burgess is going to put that cassette in, and we'll never. He goes, and you called me. You said, "Hey, I think this will work." So there we go. We will look at the big breaking news, Bubba. And I thought Greg was punking me. You know what I mean? Because first of all, I was excited because I just been updated on what's happening with Walter Lewis. And
I had no idea.
And I got excited about that. I thought, man, I have not.
Y'all know, well, I would say before 6, but, before the first hour and a half of the show,
right?
I can just say anything.
Well, like I told you,
because I'm still asleep.
Look, we mess up people.
Or texting.
Listen, we mess. He told me when I came in laughing because I thought this one, there's certain things we all mess up on names, and that's got some fun.
Yeah, that is.
But anytime we mess up on names, but the main name we choose is also another name we know.
Oh, yeah.
To me, I said that gives you a double. That gives you you a laugh and then a follow-up laugh, almost like a tremor.
Well, my goal is to. I don't have a lot of gifts, but my goal is to put a smile on everybody's face, no matter how I have to do it.
Well, you did it this morning.
Don't make me quote School Clothes and Tony, but I just want us all to have a laugh. If it's on me, good enough.
Yeah, it was funny because Helmsley had just asked, there was some conversation yesterday about Roger Lewis. And the person who did the Roger Lewis, because we were talking about another impression that he did. And Bubba undoubtedly got a update on the person who played Roger Lewis and what he's doing now. And he sent it out to us today as like an update, but he put before it, here's the update on what Walter Lewis is doing. And so Walter Lewis was a former quarterback at the University of Alabama. So here's how stupid I am.
And had a daughter that was a super tennis player.
Yeah, but here's how stupid I am, if you want to now laugh at me as well. When I first saw it, the name was so familiar with me, Walter Lewis. I thought that the guy who used to be Roger Lewis, who now does some kind of travel YouTube thing, I said, my goodness, he went on a trip with Walter Lewis.
Yeah.
And I go in ready to get an update on Walter Lewis. So anyway.
That's good.
But it was Roger Lewis.
I saw Walter a few years ago at a tennis match.
Yeah.
That's the last time I saw him.
Yeah, I saw
Still
him.
looks like he could play.
I saw him run that triple option and break the hearts of many.
Oh, buddy. He can turn it upfield.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. But he does not have a travel show.
No. He does
That's
not.
the other Lewis.
That we know of.
That we know of. All right, we'll come back. 15 minutes past. Bubba, breaking news out of Afghanistan.
Can't believe it.
I mean, breaking news. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. I walked in and the real Greg Burgess said, "Well, can you believe this? This is being treated like it's breaking news." And I thought, what now? That is the Taliban has let us know, and someone's actually reporting this like they've got an update.
Like it was ever in doubt.
Like this is breaking news. The Taliban wants to clarify, since they're now in control again, that they will not be setting up a democratic system at all. They will not be a constitutional republic. They will not be a democracy.
Okay.
What they will be doing, and stand by because this is breaking news. Okay, this is breaking news. The Taliban says they will rule under Sharia law.
What?
Breaking.
Time out.
There's actually a journalist has put this out like, hey, I got an update.
Kind of, you talking about the whole reason they have the organizations?
Now, for all of you out there that seem to be, that have committed your life to women's rights, but for some reason you're soft on the Middle East, I've never understood this. But anyway.
Well, Rick, I would like to just give a big shout out to all the soccer moms out there that thought Donald Trump was too mean and you didn't like the way his tone that he used. Mm-hmm. Well, you have elected an administration that is in way over their head, and now they're getting people killed, Americans killed.
Yeah. Now, here's the good news. If you are worried about the plight of women, the Taliban wants to reassure you the women will be treated the way that they are always treated under Sharia law.
So they said with the utmost respect, as allowed
Yeah.
by Sharia law, which means you get nothing.
Right. They said, don't worry. All the rights afforded women under Sharia law, these women will get.
Yeah.
Well,
good luck on that.
Good night.
Well,
So
that's a shocker. Rick. I thought they had changed their evil ways.
Yeah. Those of you that thought the Taliban had decided to set up their own democracy or constitutional republic, I'm sorry, the left hates the constitutional republic, democracy, that they were going to set that up. That's not going to happen. They will put everybody under Sharia law, but no worries about the women. They will still receive all the rights afforded under Sharia law.
If President Biden would go after the Taliban right now with half the effort he goes after Governor DeSantis, we'd be all right. I believe we could get everybody out.
Go ahead, Mr. Bussey.
It's amazing. I've never seen anybody who is supposed to be at the highest levels of our government fumble this. And I don't know if you've seen now the intelligence services are arguing among themselves and pointing fingers, and nobody wants this thing to end up on their desk.
Well, and we'll get to that.
And I heard, what's his name, the Joint Chiefs of Staff? McMillan. Whatever his name is. What a klutz. I mean, good night. And he said, we saw nothing that would indicate that Afghanistan would fall this quick. I ain't even been to Afghanistan. I knew they were going to fall this quick. Everybody knew that. Right. Everybody who has come back from Afghanistan, and we've talked to a lot of people over the years, said these people are not able to rule themselves, and they are not able to support a military. Ain't got it. Ain't in their DNA yet.
Bubba, I will let you know, though, you will be corrected by President Biden, who says that even though for months he told us that it was not going to happen this way. We're not going to have another Saigon. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. No, this is much worse.
Well, now he's saying to Stephanopoulos, this comes out today, we've already got one of the clips, he actually has now changed as if the other months didn't exist, and he's saying that this was inevitable. There's nothing we could really do to stop it. Here it is.
When you look at what's happened over the last week, was it a failure of intelligence, planning, execution, or judgment?
Look, I don't think it was a failure. Look, it was a simple choice, George. When the Taliban, let me put it another way. When you had the government of Afghanistan, the leader of that government getting in a plane and taking off and going to another country, when you saw the significant collapse of the Afghan troops we had trained, up to 300,000 of them, just leaving their equipment and taking off. That was, that's what happened. That's simply what happened.
But we've all seen the pictures. We've seen those hundreds of people packed into the C-17. We've seen Afghans falling.
That was 4 days ago, 5 days ago.
What did you think when you first saw those pictures?
What I thought was we have to gain control of this. We have to move this more quickly. We have to move in a way in which we can take control of that airport. And we did.
So you don't think this could have been handled, this actually could have been handled better in any way? No mistakes?
No, I don't think it could have been handled in a way that we're going to go back in hindsight and look, but the idea that somehow there's a way to have gotten out without chaos ensuing, I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that happened.
So for you, that was always priced into the decision?
Yes.
But you
well,
know,
once
you
again,
just said
this shows that you are not capable. I don't know if you ever were, but you ain't got it right now, Joe. And somebody, whoever is running our government, needs to step up. Okay, this is ridiculous. If they don't, If this was Donald Trump, they would be doing an impeachment hearing today.
Right.
Today.
And it wasn't 4 or 5 days ago, President Biden. It was just a couple.
Let's say it was 4 or 5 days ago.
what does that
Who
matter?
cares?
Right.
That doesn't even matter in this discussion, President.
You're right. It doesn't.
And no, look, you can have the agreement. Do we keep a force long term or not? I really didn't see the problem with that. We're still in Japan. We're still in Germany. But if we're going to get out, you have to do it in an order. Okay, you have to get the civilians out. You have to get the nationals out that helped us. You get your equipment out. The last people to go is the military. The military base is the last thing that you close. This was completely botched. It looked like some 8th grader gave the command for this to go, which, again, I really don't think Joe's in charge.
First of all, that's disrespectful to 8th graders.
Well, I know.
But
Fifth grade.
what I was going to say is the scary part is that for months, President Biden said completely the opposite of this.
That's right.
That this was not going to be chaotic. That was not going to happen. They were going to do it the right way. I heard former President Trump yesterday saying his issue with it. He said, certainly we needed to get out of there. But the way we got out of there
was totally wrong.
But his thing, even though you and I sometimes respectfully disagree with some of the way he didn't want us in the Middle East at all. He said his issue was to keep a force there was $42 billion a year.
We could have that debate.
Yeah,
the decision was made to get out. Okay, that's fine.
Right, but the way
you got to do it the right way.
Yeah, and that's what he said. He said and as you have said, that we seem to have a plan on how we get out of places that don't lead to this. The way we left is wrong, and and he can't do this. We don't have he starts all this buck stops here, but then he turns around and says it doesn't.
Right.
So you can't keep up with what he's saying. It's obvious, like you said, Bubba. He's grasping to try to even think what he's saying. At some point, he's jumbling around, and what he says doesn't make any sense. This is not even political anymore. This person, whether this person has an R or a D or an I by their name, this person named Joe Biden is not mentally able to run the free world based on just the aging process that we all go through it different ways. Some of us go through it better than others.
And
he does not have the mental capacity to do this.
And Rick, we have the ultimate respect for our people who serve in the military, but I'm going to tell you, at the very top of the chain, if these guys told him one thing and he did something else, that's one thing. If they told him to do it this way, they are a bunch of clowns.
Right.
I don't care who they are and how many medals they got on.
Yep. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Chord Buddy is our friend, and you will love this system. Why do so many people start out saying, I want to learn to play the guitar, but then they never do it? Because it takes so long to learn how to actually make music. But with the Chord Buddy, you are making music the very first day. If you can strum and you can press a button, you're making music. And so it's like training wheels on a bicycle. You know, training wheels on a bicycle allow you to actually ride a bicycle until you learn how to do it on your own. This is exactly what the Chord Buddy does. It's been the system as far as how you learn to play guitar. It's been the system that's been voted number one. You may have seen it on Shark Tank. It made a big boom there, and it's made in beautiful Dothan, Alabama, where we are heard on News Talk 103.9. So you can get everything you need to learn to start playing guitar for less than $50. So go to chordbuddy.com right now, chordbuddy.com. If you're interested in a terrific guitar to go along with the Chord Buddy, they've got a huge shipment that just came in. So they got a great selection also. You can go to chordbuddy.com. There's some really good deals there, some packages you can put together. You can find it right there. Also, don't forget there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you always wanted to learn to play guitar, the Chord Buddy is the answer. Rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or go directly to chordbuddy.com. So we do have one more quote, too. This is the thing, the Biden administration. They keep trying to tell us that all this pandemonium and chaos and destruction and death and all these things that are going on with our withdrawal from Afghanistan, it's just part. I mean, it's just there was no way to avoid this. Now, of course, they told us that it wouldn't happen, but there's no way to avoid this. And now here's Nancy Pelosi says, "Oh no, look, did we lose a lot of military gear to the Taliban? We did." And by the way, good news, if you just joined us, Taliban says they're gonna put everybody under Sharia law. They're not gonna do a democracy. So I know some of you might have been holding out hope for that.
I didn't know there was a debate on that.
Yeah, I didn't know that was some.
Well, we were nicer to them. Rick.
Yeah,
supposed to change them.
Please tell me that none of you thought that they were going to do anything else.
Rick,
But
the only reason they exist is because of Sharia law.
right. So anyway,
Pelosi
Pelosi wants you to know, Bubba, that military gear being lost, that's just what happens when you withdraw. Here it is.
The U.S. withdrawal left tens of billions of dollars worth of U.S. military equipment in the hands of the Taliban. There were helicopters, guns, ammunition. How much has that raised the threat of future terrorist attacks, this well-armed Taliban?
Well, I do believe that the president's decision was based on one that reduced the prospect of any attack on our homeland. And the president has made it very clear to the Taliban any assault on any American entity or person would be met forcefully. So this is what happens when you withdraw. Some equipment is left there. It was thought that would be used. It was hoped that that would be used by the Afghan military to defend its own country. The fact that it did not and could not was all more the reason for us to leave.
It just happened, y'all.
That's what happened.
These are the people who are making the decisions, not only about Afghanistan, but about vaccines, about health care, about your money, about your retirement, about the border. Just keep that in mind. That's what's on the table.
I want y'all to know, too, that not only is our border still open, okay, and we're saying that, we're telling American citizens that your life is over because of the pandemic, and something must be done, and you're evil if you're not making sure that you can't infect anybody else. While the border is wide open, and
hundreds of thousands each month,
and we're bringing thousands, tens of thousands more people out of Afghanistan, dropping in here too. Mm-hmm. So just FYI. But
I haven't heard.
But if you're at college and won't take the vaccine, no internet for you.
Right.
Rick, I haven't heard, and maybe you know, what are the COVID numbers in Afghanistan? Do you know?
You know what? There's not big COVID.
It's a lot except for the women, like we said yesterday, not a lot of masking.
Right. Yeah. That's. Sharia law, they'll put the women right back in masks. I promise you.
Probably a lot of the women wish they had it so they could die and get out of there.
That's a good point.
That is a good point. So
if you're willing to hang from a flying aircraft, it tells you how bad it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm going to take my chances hanging on to the landing gear.
And I could have told you that was not going to end well.
That's the first thing they can grab, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget, too, as we're doing this, there is an opinion piece on MSNBC right now that is comparing Republicans to the Taliban. Because they deprive women of freedom over their own bodies. Now, these same people will tell you that you have no freedom to not be vaccinated. Now, don't miss that. Unbelievable.
Wait a minute.
Rick,
Really,
how do
the
you-
treatment these women get over in places like Afghanistan, and you're going to make that statement? That's insulting, isn't it?
No, because see, if let's say someone has conviction from a moral standpoint on the point of abortion, okay, it's a little bit different to say I believe that we as a human race need to be very careful about how cavalier we are about ending the life of someone that is alive inside the womb of a woman. Is that the moral thing to do as a human race? Okay, that's a little bit different. That's a little bit different than I am a ruler of a place where women are treated like dogs.
Yeah,
that's just a little bit different. That's not apples and apples, by the way.
No.
And it's ridiculous. Back to Bubba's point, and it's time for us to start saying it. It's ridiculous and it's childish and it's lunacy to compare the two.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you say no one has a choice on the vaccine.
Right, yeah. Michael Moore, don't know if you saw his August 16th
what did
tweet.
fathead say?
He says, they're Taliban, our Taliban. Everybody's got a Taliban. They're at their best when they confiscate the halls of power. And it shows the January 6th photo and then the Taliban also in the president's
Once
suite.
again,
everybody took over the
once
government.
again,
He's comparing the two.
Yeah, I saw that. But once again, that just shows ignorance to compare the Taliban and its overtaking of Afghanistan, and the guy who was in charge said, you know why I left? Because they were coming to hang me.
Yeah, they exiled the president. Yeah.
That's a little bit different than people who were upset about an election and went in and started taking selfies in front of desks and had flagpoles. It's a little bit different. Okay, again, this is
Not the same.
this is the calling
No, if
card.
they'd have had the equipment that the Taliban had, it would have been a totally different outcome.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah, no,
But that wasn't what they were trying to do.
No, this is the lunacy of the left. They make these outlandish comparisons through their emotions and feel-goodism and hyperbole and exaggeration, and it's also, unfortunately, when something really does happen when nobody listens to you.
That's it.
Okay, so these kind of, I mean, it's just silly. I mean, that's a silly. These two comparisons we just talked about are silly. They're uneducated, and I think the people who are saying them know these are bad analogies. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're just hoping you don't know they're bad analogies. You know it.
Yeah.
And
see if these morons will buy this.
Right, because obviously there's people that say these things that seem to have walking around sense. Yeah. They're just hoping we don't have walking
Well,
around
you
sense.
saw Sniffleopoulos a minute ago when he was talking to Biden.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is a Democrat. He was in the Clinton administration. Let's not act like he's some neutral journalist. You could tell with his tone, he feels stupid sitting there hearing those answers. He's like, what?
Right.
I mean, at some point you have to go, I've got 8 pounds of gray matter up here, and something doesn't compute here.
Didn't you feel like, and I think
I can't swallow what you're pushing today, pal.
Yeah, I think you just touched on it. I think Sniffleopoulos, we've all been in this situation. Have you ever tried to help out somebody and you give them the platform and you hear them talking, you're going, gosh, this is awful.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help you, and I can't even get you headed in the right direction.
This is a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I wish I had not given you a microphone. I thought I could direct you into a place where you could walk out of it.
Yeah, back in the old days, you could just go back in your basement and not do anything.
Yeah.
But you're in trouble now.
So he told us this wasn't going to happen, then told us it was no way it wasn't going to happen. He said the buck stops here, and now he says, but it's not my fault.
No.
Do you think you made some bad decisions? No. But didn't he say the other day that?
Well, he said it couldn't happen to start with.
Right.
So, and
Well,
I
he
want
had
to
bad
know.
intelligence, Sean.
I
He had
want to
bad
know.
intelligence.
I want to know what the military leaders told him.
Well, he claims he had bad intelligence.
Did he go against them, or are they inept too?
I've heard several say we have been telling them this for years.
Right.
That this will not work.
Don't do it this way.
And they did not.
There's senators that said they were in the briefings and that Biden went against what some of the brass was telling him to do.
If they told him this was going to happen and he went against them, and he gets tens of thousands of U.S. people killed because they can't get out, that is an impeachable offense, and he should be impeached on the spot. I don't care who the VP and the new president's going to be.
Well, you heard Zeller tell Brian Williams, we played that clip. He former strategist for the Army. He said, I've been telling them for months how we need to withdraw from Afghanistan. They've ignored everything I said.
And it can be done to the point. Jerry Ford in Vietnam, we got 130,000 refugees out and 3,300 orphans before it collapsed. and it didn't look near this bad. And we destroyed equipment that was not worth bringing back. You may remember they
Dump
dumped
them out in the
helicopters in the water. We dumped planes off aircraft carriers. If they were at their end and they wasn't worth bringing back.
Right.
We didn't leave them Apache helicopters.
No.
Stacks of weapons.
I also heard someone say the other day the reason why the Afghan army put their guns down is because the payroll stopped. We paid them to fight, and they would fight when they were getting paid. Fighting just for the country for free, they really weren't into.
Well, that's on them.
You don't deserve freedom.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Things that you need to know. Wednesday Bible study, brand new series. We started a study on the book of 1 Corinthians yesterday. Session 1 now available in the archives. So you can grab that if you want to do that on your own time. Also today, we'll record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That'll be out this weekend. Brad Ryan, the man who wrote the catchy Rick and Bubba song, has an incredible history with the show, and also some a really cool story involving the amazing Three on the String that just celebrated 50 years of making music. We'll talk to him coming up this weekend, so you make a note of that. And later on today's program, we'll be talking with SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. That'll be happening on the program today. A lot going on with the SEC, and we'll ask him about that on the program as well. So all that's still to come. Do you want to just say let's put to bed our Taliban update?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Hey, Mr. Taliban.
I will tell you one more thing on the Taliban, and this was brought up, as I said, about once again the shoot ready, aim, emotional attitude we now have. About somebody brought up the electric cars, and if we do that on going to the future, it's not going to be the end of mining because now we're going to need lithium. Mm-hmm. Guess who's got a ton of lithium? That'd be the Taliban. They think they are sitting on $1 trillion worth of the minerals the world desperately needs, including big lithium. Don't you love that? Big lithium. So now the Taliban's taking that over. So if we need lithium, now keep in mind what we're doing. I want y'all to think about what we're doing right now. We have decided, and this is new, so I'm gonna put this over as new. We had a political movement in this country that would just lament over why we were constantly in conflict in the Middle East. Why are we there? Wars for oil. We fight because we need oil. OPEC this, OPEC that. Then the Trump administration comes in, the good, the bad, the ugly. But one of the goods is we became energy independent.
We started exporting.
Gasoline was $1.80 a gallon, somewhere in there. We started exporting, as Bubba said. We became an exporter, and we started tapping into our own resources. The emotional left screams, no, 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 end of the world, can't do it, ugly, ugly, ugly. And now we're back dependent on OPEC. Gas is going through the roof, okay? And now we're going to say, well, let's move to electric cars to save the world, not because it might be a new product that people would rather have. I'm fine with that. If it wants to enter the free market and make a market for itself and people prefer those, great. But if you're doing it to save the world, now you're going to need lithium. Well, now the Taliban has $1 trillion worth of lithium, and they'll be in control of that. So what we've done is we have said we will not be independent on oil anymore, while saying we don't want to be dependent on anyone else, because that means we may have to fight wars because it becomes an interest of ours. So we've taken that and flipped it upside down, and now we'll put somebody in charge that also now sits on mineral deposits, including about $1 trillion worth of lithium. So there you go. Now if you want to try to make that make sense, I hope you have some time today. Maybe you can drive and think on that. But and also, I don't know if y'all noticed this, price of everything going through the roof.
Yeah.
Through the roof. People can't get anybody to work. Saw a restaurant next door to us yesterday. Went over there to have lunch on the door. Don't have enough people to staff the place. Sorry, we're closed today.
Yeah.
We just it just seems like that everything this is the word. It feels like that we're living, and as I said, I know we live in a fake world now, but it's almost turning into the bizarro world where everything that you go, this is the way it should be done. We've decided as a country, let's do completely the opposite. Mm-hmm. And let's do the dumbest things we can possibly do. It's like we have an automatic dumb gun, and we're just firing. I mean, and it's an endless clip. So
I feel like we're living in that time in history where you look back and all these countries that basically just tore themselves apart within.
Oh yeah,
and history books are just full of stories.
We're right on track.
And I feel like we're in that moment right now.
That's a fact.
In American history, where
most notably,
what are we doing?
Most notably and last, the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Never was defeated militarily.
No.
Crumbled from within.
Yep. So we'll see how that goes. Also, in the oversensitive emotional,
the Greeks wasn't much better.
Right. And we have suspended Jake Morris.
Yeah.
The announcer who said, hey, I was doing a little something with the Japanese pitcher here when he was batting. I apologized immediately, didn't mean to upset anybody. But now he has been suspended for these remarks indefinitely.
Rick, you see Bally's Sports, their statement down that's maybe halfway through the first or second page. Their statement is unbelievable.
Bally Sports Detroit is extremely disappointed. Is that it?
Yeah, Bally Sports. Yeah,
Bally Sports Detroit is extremely disappointed with the remarks of analyst Jack Morris made during last night's game. Jack has been suspended indefinitely from Tigers broadcast and will be. Oh my goodness. I don't even want to read it. Bubba, have you?
Go ahead.
I see you got yesterday's boneless wings.
Well, he's
left.
hammering it hard.
Yeah,
too.
so maybe you might want to put that in front of you for that last one because you're going to need it.
Yes.
If this does not creep you out, if I haven't creeped you out about your country enough yet, okay. Y'all heard what he said, right? You heard it yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Be very careful.
He will be undergoing bias training to educate him.
He must be reprogrammed
on the impact of his comments and how he can be a positive influence in a diverse
I tell
community.
every one of them to kiss my rump.
They
on my
ain't no
way.
way. How about this? You know what I would say?
And I'd get on TV and tell everybody exactly why.
If this were said to me, you know, and if I had my beautiful wife beside me, this would be the time she would begin to squeeze my arm and say, "Baby, hang on now." And because
Show yourself.
because I would say to Bally Sports Detroit, y'all gonna make me act up in here.
Yeah.
Y'all must not know about me.
Y'all must not know about me. Y'all gonna make me act a fool.
And did we?
I mean, because you gonna reprogram me? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Over an attempt at comedy that hey, you say that you wish I hadn't done, and I'm cutting up. By the way, I'm calling a baseball game.
Yeah.
I want y'all to
And
know
he
that.
immediately apologized, which I don't think
Hey,
he
man.
even should have done, but he did.
Yeah.
And that should have been the end of it.
We're Let me tell you what you're living in right now. You're living in a world that they're in this cancel mob run giant central government that says, by golly, we will put you in reprogramming classes. And
You will think the way we want you to think. You will talk the way we want you to talk.
You will sit your sorry butt down and you will take this injection, and don't you dare question it.
Yeah.
And if you question it, we're going to blame you for the death of anybody that dies. We can't really tie how you did it, but we're going to find a way to do it. And we're deciding. We said this that we pick the winners and we pick the losers.
Yep.
And we put you in the tribe that we choose. And if you ever want to have the benefits of everybody else who's following our instructions correctly, you will be reprogrammed and you will act the way we tell you to act. And if you don't, there'll be consequences to pay. Does that bother anybody? No?
Yeah. Who thought?
By the way,
in 2020, the 2020s would be that way. We already saw it one time in Nazi Germany, early 1930s.
Yeah.
That worked out well.
Well, I fully expect to wake up tonight and at the foot of my bed stands George Orwell, clutching his book 1984, saying, Y'all thought I was cutting up?
Yeah. I had the year wrong, but
I was off on my time.
Yeah.
I missed it by a pretty good way. You mean the Truth Ministry?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Wow. Reprogrammed. Bias training to teach him how to act in a diverse community. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So as we come back, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And speaking of Eddie Van Adler, he is joining us now. He's had some sort of adventure in his newfound world of I am someone's husband, I am someone's father, I am a protector. And I understand you've been involved in a battle.
Guys.
You okay, buddy?
Hey, guys.
So,
Boy.
I'm stupid, and I did something very stupid.
Oh, that's what it started.
Yes.
Well, join the club. You know what you do? You work on a team of stupid people.
Sure.
I grew up.
Join us.
I grew up in Texas. And
Boy, he's always
lived
gonna
in Texas
boy,
2
he's
years.
Boy, he's going to let us know that.
In Texas, when you go out in the woods, you need to worry about like scorpions and snakes.
Yep.
That's pretty much it.
That rattler.
Got to make sure, because scorpions will get you. I used to be able to go out in the woods and find a scorpion within a minute or two. Here's a scorpion. Anybody need one? I can go find one. So I took that kind of experience as a kid and applied it to Alabama woods about 2 weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
not how.
Tex.
That's not how Alabama woods work.
No.
Those aren't the threats.
No, they're not.
So Kevin, my dog, and
my God.
I went on a hike about 2 weeks ago.
Did you leave Franklin out?
I left Franklin out of it. Frank doesn't do well with hikes.
He's got a bad back.
He's got a bad
can't
back.
keep up with them
He's
little
way
legs.
longer than he should be.
Yeah.
Way longer. Way shorter and way longer than he should be.
If Franklin was a bridge, we'd fire the engineer.
We would. Who made this?
Right.
We have to drop the weight limit on it.
So, and Kevin, he's kind of a rambunctious dog. He needed to get some energy out. And I have some woods behind my house. My new house backs up to
I got
just
woods.
some woods. There's just woods there.
I'm living in the woods.
Thank you, Bubba.
So I take Kevin. I'm wearing jeans and a T-shirt. That's it. No bug repellent, nothing like that.
You gotta get bug repellent.
And we just walk in a straight line because I've never done that. I've never really gotten a chance to go. Hey, I want to go check out the woods. Let's go explore.
Boy, you should have
I
waited
should've
till
waited.
winter.
Like I'm looking forward to going on hikes with my daughter out back in the woods, and that's in my mind. I'm
Not
gonna make
this
a
time of year.
trail and all this stuff. Okay.
Not this time of year.
So I just keep walking. I'm like, oh man, this is great. I'm like taken back to my memories as a kid and stuff. And I'm walking through like grass that's over my head. And I just
What
went.
did you think that was the way to go?
I just went crazy. I just walked in a straight line
What are you
through the
doing?
thickest woods that you possibly
Hey, don't mess
can.
with Texas.
No trail?
No trail. Didn't care.
No scorpions either.
No scorpions. Hey, I'm good.
Scorpion
I ain't
wouldn't-
scared.
Scorpion wouldn't go in there.
I ain't scared.
We got him, but you
Is
don't
Kevin
say it.
lost in the weeds?
Kevin, he's just following right
Having
on
time of
the,
his
on the
life.
path. Yes,
Well, he's a dog.
He's following me on the path.
Can't
I'd
believe
let
it.
him lead.
This was only about a 30-minute hike. We walked 15 minutes out into the woods, and I walked 15 minutes back. And
Through the brush.
That was great.
You
Through
have
the
no
brush.
idea
yeah.
whose property you're on.
In August.
None. I think it might be Alabama Power. There's power lines above me. It's like
Okay.
kind of, it's like right next to a clearing. So I'm going to say it's theirs, but I
Okay.
don't think it
Nah,
is.
In
probably
Alabama,
not.
you
Just the right way.
walk through uncharted woods with grass high as your head
Yes.
in August
Were
in,
you just working
Alabama.
your way through it?
Yeah.
I was like pushing the grass to the side and walking through it. Yes.
So it wasn't very tall grass. Like it wouldn't be tall grass for us.
Knee high for us.
That's good. That's good, guys. Yes, correct. All right. So I get home. My wife gets home with the baby. I start cooking dinner. Okay, I'm cooking up. I'm a chef. You guys know this.
Hello Fresh.
Think
baby.
everything's looking good. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I feel this like itchiness on my back,
Oh,
we
no.
go.
and I'm like, I got things to do. I got things to take care of.
Cooking.
So I just keep cooking. And the itchiness then shows up like in my left armpit pit too. And then
Butt
like
cracks
Not
next.
your armpit.
and on my armpit too, right. And then on my right foot. And I'm like, okay, this is concerning.
Really itching.
And I kind of jokingly say to my wife, "You see any bugs on me?" She's like, "No, I don't see anything." I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm kind of itchy, but I hate bugs. I really do. I hate
Jump in
bugs.
a swimming pool.
Like mosquitoes. I'm constantly running. When I take my dogs out, I walk in a circle to not get bit by mosquitoes. Mosquitoes love me. They absolutely love me. I hate bugs. And so my wife, we're kind of joking about this a little bit. And time goes on, and about like an hour, 2.5 hours later, I'm like, okay, I swear, I feel like I'm not joking anymore. I feel like things are biting me.
There's
on
something
my
on
body.
it. Yeah.
And I'm looking, I can't find anything. I'm like, well, I should probably go take a shower. So I go take a shower, and I still have like kind of itchiness, and I look. Finally, I'm able to isolate some little itchiness on my arm. And I look, and there's a tiny, tiny little thing, and it's crawling on my skin, and I watch it like an oil rig hoist the drill upright to go straight into the ground. This bug lifts its body straight up into the ground and just burrows into my arm. No. I just watch it go. I just watched it go. And this is smaller than a poppy seed. Like I can barely see it. I can barely see it.
Red bugs.
So I go through the list, guys. I ended up taking 4 showers that night, and I'm still itchy.
Oh yeah, they're in your skin.
Have you got little webs yet where they went in?
So this is 2 weeks ago. This is 2 weeks ago.
Monster inside
I'm looking
me.
for chigger. I'm researching things. 24 hours of me picking little tiny bugs off my body goes by, and I'm trying to figure out what these things are, because some of them are about the size of a poppy seed, and some of them are invisible. I can't see them. I can only feel them.
Yep.
I go through the list. I'm researching chiggers, mites, ticks, fleas, mosquitoes. Like what is on me? What is on my body? I finally figured it out, and this is what it has to be, because I've got some samples, but I'm not going to bring them.
You've got samples.
I bagged them up, guys. This was a 24 hours of absolute
I want to
agony.
see the samples.
Absolute agony. 24 hours. Lone Star ticks. Lone Star ticks.
That's not good.
Are you serious?
Okay, Lone Star ticks are different than other ticks. I know all about the life cycle.
They're that small?
They
carry alpha gal.
Alpha gal. They kill Rocky Mountain spotted fever, Lyme disease. They carry it all.
But they're that small.
I hope you don't enjoy meat.
So, guys, the Lone Star tick bites at all 3 stages of its life. Unlike other ticks, it bites as a baby, it bites as a teenager, and it bites as an adult. But in different ways.
My head's itching.
You're killing me.
He's brought them in here.
This was 2 weeks ago. Notice I've waited 2 weeks because I'm like listening to see if you guys have had any problem with bugs. Guys, that weekend I had cooks come out, spray down my whole house. We treated I'm washing sheets.
Did they spray you down?
I treated the dogs, treated both dogs, sprayed my whole house, top and bottom. I bombed my own house at one point as well. I bombed my car.
Guys, bombed your car?
I bombed even my car.
Can you do that?
When you get when you get to a level of this kind of anger and agony and terribleness, Lone Star tick bites are like fire ant bites in that they hurt, they itch, and they bubble up. Y'all, please look at my body.
Oh no! Oh no!
Doing?
Oh my God! Oh,
he's got a visual.
I'm scared.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh! They're all over him. Good.
Look at my armpit. Look at my body.
No,
they violated me.
You got chicken pox.
Guys, it looks like chicken pox. It looks like chicken pox.
Oh my gosh! They're all over him. They're all over. Honey, I'm itchy.
You don't have to show us your.
Have you disinfected?
I got 3 on my butt, but I won't show you that one.
Have you disinfected the TV room?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
My word.
Y'all, it was terrible. At one point, I counted because you're going so crazy. You have to keep a poll so that you're not. So you make sure you're not getting more bites.
You're wearing my headphones.
You want to make? I am wearing your headphones right now. I appreciate that.
That's right. There's none in that hair.
Notice I waited 2 weeks for this story, guys. I counted 200 bites on my body.
Goodness.
200 bites on my body.
That's a true tick scare. You dumped me.
Tick scare.
My
gosh. Dump me.
No, it's over. There's no. It was.
I
kept screaming dump me.
I did it again. Second time he's done it.
Something about that word.
My favorite part was dump me. Dump me. Dump me.
I did
No,
dump
he
it
didn't
finally.
show that. Did you see
I don't know if people heard it or not.
Speedy, there may be one of those, but that's going to require him leaving the room.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We talked about it earlier.
Why don't you just stay out of all tick conversations?
We need to be quiet for a second to catch up.
Oh, gosh.
Did it dump?
I don't know.
It didn't. No, it's
Yeah, it did.
And we might have missed it. But it was a slip of the,
Rick, pot everything down for just a second. Let it catch you.
Oh my gosh!
You're close enough.
No, Speedy. Are you okay, buddy?
You're right, Speedy. You're right. So, guys, I have been checking my temperature every 4 hours at my house. Make sure I don't run a temperature. I'm looking for rashes. I'm looking for streaking of any kind.
Have you had any red meat?
The bullseye rash. I ate a gigantic steak 4 days ago. I'm feeling good.
Do you have an EpiPen handy?
I've never had anything like that. But y'all, I don't think I have Lyme disease, but maybe I do.
Oh my God!
Don't go in the woods.
I'd worry more about alpha-gal right now.
Stay out of the woods in August in Alabama.
Rick and Bubba.
Hundreds of companies claim to compare auto and home insurance rates, but only one actually does it. Get a better insurance with Gabi. They are the one true comparison platform with fast, verifiable quotes, not ballpark guesses. And they only show policies that are the same or better than your current coverage, many at lower prices. Gabi customers save $961 per year on average. Put your policy to the test. It's free, and there's no obligation. Go to Gabi.com/Bubba. That's GABI.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you're a regular show listener, you've probably heard me talk about my Allform sofa, which we love. So here's some exciting news. The same team behind my Allform sofa has brought us unbelievable customized mattresses made in the USA. Helix mattresses. If you need a new mattress, then go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, take the quiz, order the mattress you're matched to, and it'll come right to your door in a box, shipped for free, and you can try it for 100 nights. Right now, Helix is offering up to $200 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Get Upside, the free gas app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Get Upside app?
Yes, up to 25 cents a gallon. Cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Some months I make $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, reading the email here, I never thought that something would happen in that segment that would supersede Eddie Van Adler being infested with Lone Star tiny ticks, but we have decided going forward that any discussion of ticks on the program, because, the first time, shame on Speedy. The second time, shame on us. And that is that Speedy apparently is unable to discuss the topic of ticks.
Yeah.
And you remember his tick scare? Remember that one?
Uh-huh.
And then here's some of the things that I've gotten from email, Bub. I know you have some of these.
Have you seen the picture? It's a freeze frame of our YouTube feed of Speedy frantically looking over the console going, dump me, Bubba, dump me.
Somebody dump me. Jeremy out of Pennsylvania, this is the greatest thing about YouTube. We get to watch this and hear it as it was actually done. We get everything. No matter, every time Speedy slips up, we get it. Also, someone just simply saying, whatever y'all are screaming you think you dumped, we think it was what Speedy said. Thank you for the laughs. Unfortunately, this happened right in the middle of me ordering at the drive-thru. I'm pretty sure everybody in the store who heard me over the loudspeaker thought I was a moron for bursting out laughing in the middle of ordering a croissant.
Yes.
So
here's a little information for Adler.
Mm-hmm.
This comes from Christy. She says, I got bitten in April 2020 by a Lone Star tick in the middle of my back, right on the spine, hurt like fire. It became infected. I had to take 3 rounds of antibiotics, developed an allergy to red meat. The bite got very swollen and hard, had to have it excised and drained.
Golly.
I'm still having trouble eating red meat, but better. Still have a hard spot on my back. Wasn't in the woods when I got bitten. I was leisurely strolling in the beautiful ground of Wake Forest Baptist Seminary.
Mm-hmm.
I am worried for Adler, Christie.
Well, the good news is Adler only has been bitten by about 200 of them.
The red meat allergy doesn't start right away. It takes a few weeks.
By the way, Michael Klein.
We have some friends who've suffered from that.
Two things we can answer for Michael. Michael out of Hickory, North Carolina. He said, I guess that's going to be on the next CD, and I can't answer this. He said, by the way, something looks fouled up on the website. It's about some tabs and show notes. Yes, the website did have a crash last night. It's being basically helped me build back.
Yeah, server crashed, and the company is rebuilding it at this moment. I understand they were up to like 4:30 this morning, and got to go back to the drawing board on a few things. So we're well aware.
The website is mostly there, but there are going to be some things you can't see like you normally can.
Yeah. And show notes, by the way, is one of those things.
Yeah.
So
Mike,
sorry about that.
Mike, you are right. It is fouled up. We know it, and it's being worked on.
But yeah, as far as any lasting effects of this, I am worried about that, but I'm watching and just doing my best. If I do have any kind of signs or any kind of symptoms, I'll go to a doctor, get tested for all that stuff. Lyme, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, alpha-gal, that meat allergy, and Lyme disease.
I was reading here.
Yeah, I went for a hike. Rick.
They said that
30 minutes.
The Lone Star tick won't give you Lyme disease, at least in the one article I saw. I don't know, though. I don't know.
It's less common. You're right. Yeah, with them, luckily.
The alpha-gal.
There was only 200
about.
So I in the break
can kill you.
In the break, I showed the guys. I have a little Ziploc bag of one of these things, and I mean, did I exaggerate? It's so tiny.
It is tiny.
That's one of the bigger ones that's the only ones I was able to find, and it's like about the size of a poppy seed. But if you look real close, there's that tiny white dot on the back of the tick, and there it is. There's your Lone Star tick. Erin, my wife, who has shared a bed with me every night, this entire time.
TMI.
Never got a single bite on her.
Really?
Not a single one.
You know why?
I did get one off Ruby. That hurt.
Well, how about this?
That hurt a lot. That hurt my heart. I still worry and worry about that. But
Sure.
we're watching her.
Why in the world
We're
did you
watching
go
her,
through
too.
high grass like that in
I was worried about
August?
scorpions, Bubba. I was worried about scorpions.
right.
But this is Alabama, not Texas.
It is.
Lots of stupid things. I do lots of stupid things.
Yeah. As stupid as what Speedy did?
Stupider.
Okay.
Rick, cut my mic off, please.
Look,
Adlers could be worse.
yeah, we'll let you back in. We're just not going to let you talk about ticks anymore. Right?
Yeah.
And probably anything we do to remember Dick Clark, we won't let you in either.
Yeah.
Let's go to
It's probably for the best, Speedy.
DD in Illinois. DD, go ahead.
Well, that's what I was saying. The Lone Star, usually you can't stand to eat red meat, but I don't know how long it takes to kick in. But with your Lyme disease, you usually have the bull shot. They call it a bullseye. It's just big, like a big red round circle, like a bullseye in a target. And they said that's one of the main symptoms of Lyme disease.
Yeah, he said he's been paying. You're right. He did mention that, though, but thank you.
The old bullseye rash, that's bad stuff. That means you got something going.
Matthew in South Carolina. Matthew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Now's not the time for that. Go ahead with your comment.
So, Win Play Show, it's my birthday today, and I wanted to thank Speedy for a great birthday gift. The only thing better would be if I could get a call from John Thomas.
Well, I was wondering, did Speedy say? Cliff.
Speedy appears to be having a problem.
How about that, Calvin? Let's go to Cliff in Mississippi. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Rick,
Yeah.
you know what you need to do for Adler? This will cheer this right up front here. Just make him an airborne poultice to put on that thing, and it'll be gone in the morning.
That's right. An airborne poultice.
Adler, have you been swimming since then?
I've not been swimming.
You know, we've had working in the woods many years when you get things on you like that. We've always had good luck when you come out getting in a highly chlorinated pool.
Yeah.
Seems like it cures a lot of problems.
You got to really get the mix right, so I have to be careful with this. Now, I'll tell you, because there'll be some Nimrod
Sure.
out there that'll do something stupid. So I want to tell you something.
Just go soak in a good old chlorine pool.
Let's go to Joan in Alabama. Joan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. Joanne, Joan, go ahead.
This is Ashley from Jones, Alabama.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Okay, I have a cure for the alpha-gal allergy.
Mm-hmm.
I had the alpha-gal allergy for about 10 years, and I went to Virginia Beach to a Dr. Donald Bobell, who gave me an acupuncture treatment called Solomon auricular allergy treatment. I wore 4 little needles in my ear for 3 weeks, and I can eat bacon and barbecue and sausage and everything I was missing again.
You wore a what in your ear?
4 needles, I think she said.
In your
I
ear?
had 4 in my ear. I wore it for 3 weeks. It was a reset to my nervous system, and now I can eat meat again.
I had to go for a hike. Had to go for a hike.
1,000 degrees. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back, 35 minutes past the hour. So Adler now is being put in the crosshairs of all of our practicing and amateur doctors across the Rick and Bubba audience. He'll enjoy his email today. That's Adler at rickandbubba.com. For all of you that want to help Adler, who has been has had his blood sucked by over 200 Lone Star ticks, all on a 30-minute hike. So anyway, we'll follow that. Also, interesting call on line 9. This is Lisa. Normally out of the great state of Ohio, but she says she's now in the great state of Alabama and also appreciates Adler's heads up on any hike they may go on. Lisa, did I get this right? You're in a school bus?
Yes.
Okay.
We
So
drove down in a school bus
from what part of Ohio?
around Delbrook, about 10 minutes from Wright Pat Air Force Base.
And you drove in a school bus all the way to Sweet Home, Alabama?
Yes, and all the way down here because we had golden seat tickets on the 17th of August the 11th of August that got canceled. So we just decided we'd just show up and watch you through the window. So we're almost ready to come up.
All right, so you're in a school bus. Can I ask this question? Because we have a couple from Virginia out there watching right now, too. Is the school bus full of people, or is it just you and your husband?
Do you have students that are missing from class?
It's just me and my husband. We converted it to an RV. It's a short bus.
Okay.
If you look at the plaza, our bus is sitting in the Publix parking lot.
Okay, we'll go look at it
Wait
in
a
the
minute.
break.
You and your husband have converted a school bus into an RV, which you've now driven from Ohio to Sweet Home, Alabama, because you had golden ticket seats that got canceled, and y'all came anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have another destination, or was this the destination?
They don't, by the way.
This was the destination.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I've been emailing
with
Lisa, and I
I
even tried to talk her out of it at one point because I thought, man, you're going to be disappointed. Come all this way just to see us.
Did you and your husband? I'm now, I guess, acting on behalf of Greg, who's helping with the phones. But did you and your husband make the school bus into a show enough good one? I mean, is it a pretty?
Did
pretty
y'all
nice?
do the renovation?
Oh, you'll love it.
Oh.
Okay.
I love the day she didn't even hesitate. Oh, no. We got this thing. We got this thing. It's like we like it.
No bears or ticks will get in it.
No.
Oh, that's good. All right. Well,
we're gonna come out in the
break.
break.
Lisa, yeah, come on over. We'll see you here in a minute.
Adler's taking a picture.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks. There it is. That's you ever follow the investigative, story, and you think, well, my question eventually I'll come to a different conclusion than there's a couple that converted a school bus into an RV and drove from Ohio to the plaza because they're not going to get their golden ticket seats, but they still want to watch. Yeah. And you keep thinking, well, my process, I'll eventually come to a different conclusion. Right. But then you realize, no, that's exactly what's happened out there. Yeah. And here's a couple from Virginia, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Did y'all have golden ticket seats too, or did y'all you did? Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. So
they've got a leadership conference in Huntsville.
Oh,
so they've stayed here last night, come out, and then they're headed to Huntsville.
Okay. Two things that make me turn off the show from email: tick stories, and of course, Bubba always giving the president a pass and going easy.
I saw that. That's good.
That's so good. All right, let's go to.
Are y'all like?
Yes, I am, Bubba.
Yeah.
Itching. I know exactly what you're going to say.
And I'm thinking, how many has Adler brought in here and dumped off around here?
I regret now picking him up in my arms and hugging him. Let's go to
that long hair should have been a sign.
There's no telling I'm hearing that here. Is it Terrell? Terrell?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Terrell.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, tell Adler he ain't got nothing to worry about. That's not a Lone Star tick. He's got the pack of speed ticks, man. I'm a logger. Them things, you get in them, they get all over you. It ain't nothing to get covered up in them.
Yeah.
Get him a bottle of rubbing alcohol. The easiest way to get them off, get him a bottle of rubbing alcohol, soak a rag, rub his legs, feet. We'll say this, he needs to put some alcohol in a spray bottle, spray the inside of his shoes that he had on. They will get inside his shoes, put the shoes back on, he'll get them back on him again. But nothing, they going to make little sores everywhere they bite him. Yeah. They are tiny. Sometimes you have to use a magnifying glass to spray them. But
Yeah, that was that was.
When he said it was a Lone Star tick, I looked at it. The ones I've seen are much bigger. than that.
That was my first thought when he said they were little seed ticks. I didn't think they were Lone Star either, but I felt like I didn't know what I was talking about because
or maybe they're babies.
He had researched it, but I'm with you. What his body looks like and what happened and the sheer number of them sounds a lot more like seed ticks than it does Lone Star ticks.
Speedy, what do you think?
They can get all over you in 5 minutes. It don't take them but a minute. But no doubt, just get in some alcohol to prevent it. Man, if he's gonna take a hike, hey, he's supposed to be the woodland creature. He ought to know this. Get your bottle off, sprays around your shoes, your Burgess legs, you're good.
Well, Greg told it. Yeah, Greg, of course, worked for the Southern Company. So Greg told him exactly what he should have done. He's like, well, I wish I'd have checked with Greg before I went out there.
Yeah.
You know, and so yeah. But I'm with you. I do not believe that Adler has been attacked by 200 Lone Star ticks. I don't think that's true.
I promise you, they're babies.
But if he hadn't sprayed his shoes, he needs to spray his shoes with some oil or get him a spray bottle, put in some just rubbing alcohol in it, spray the inside of his shoes because they will get back on it. They'll be in his shoes.
Did you spray your shoes?
They probably jumped off. They're all here in the office now.
Hey, have you sprayed your shoes?
No.
Adler?
Oh, you're asking me? Yes. I bombed everything, sprayed everything.
I wish a
thanks,
doctor would see him and tell him he's got to cut all his hair off.
But what if he loses his strength?
Yeah.
I want to see those people's bus.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
That is a cool setup.
Cool.
So what does it say on the side there?
Headed to the Rick and Bubba show.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that.
How about that?
That's pretty cool.
Look at how they got their bike set up in the back.
Yeah, they've cut the bus down so half of it is living quarter, half of it is flatbed.
That's
Looks
cool.
like they got a barrel of something
What is
back
that, a
there,
keg?
some bicycles.
Probably water.
That's tied in. Yeah, it looks like it's fresh water.
Yeah,
baby.
that's it. Well, now look.
Man, that's nice.
But
got
they
an
did
air conditioner on top.
look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they
That's impressive.
and it looks like.
I kind of want to see how they built it
That's
out.
like a dream vehicle for me. That is amazing.
Well, of course, you probably will get ticks in it.
Yeah,
But
they would show you, but they don't want to get ticked up.
All right, and look, you don't let Speedy comment. Speedy, no comment cutting your mic
Yeah,
off.
notice you've been quiet this segment.
Yeah, well, you can't
just
talk
leave it
about
that
it.
way.
You can't.
That's fine.
Between you doing that and Bubba giving the president a pass, we're about to cut 2 mics off. Well, that is a really cool vehicle. That's a great setup. Let's go.
Yeah,
to,
y'all hang around because I want to come see that.
Let's go to Brett and Montgomery. Brett, go ahead.
I'll tell you what it looks like, Adler.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, how you doing?
My wife, I'm good. My wife and I live in a mobile tiny house. We're tiny house enthusiasts. I just wanted to say that the bus is called a schoolie. That's the technical term.
So if you take
there's
a
a
bus
category. There's a category.
and you trick it out, it's a schoolie.
Yes, called a schoolie.
Well, how about that? I didn't know that. So this is not surprising to you, tiny house person. You when you heard them
No,
talking, you're like, oh yeah, they
right.
decided to do a schoolie.
Oh, Adler, I was going to tell you because I know how you love these things. I saw a vehicle yesterday. It was on a lot. There was 2 or 3 of them that you might could get and trick out. It looked like they were old armored cars.
Really?
Now that would be a good camper
that
there.
would, yeah.
Huh? That'd be a show enough good one.
Oh, yeah. Zombie apocalypse vehicle. Yeah.
Trey in Alabama. Trey, go ahead.
Yeah, Trey.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
How about it?
Good.
Good. Adler needs to go to the doctor quick. 'Cause,
Yes.
I've been there and had Lyme disease. It took about 3 weeks from a tick bite to get my first symptom, and it was never a rash. I never got a single rash. It was I just started running a fever and told my doc I'd been bitten by a tick and ended up with Lyme disease. I ran 102-degree fever for over a month.
In all fairness, though, I think he's fine. He's fully vaccinated. All right, so let's go to Johnny.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of email with that. Adler, you do need to go get that checked because they can give you something right now to head that off.
Yeah. Johnny, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going today?
Good.
Hey.
Hey, Adler needs to just go get a 1-gallon bottle of Clorox, pour it in the bathtub. I've been in Alabama 57 years. I don't know anything about a unicorn tick, okay? You may need to call Gary the Bulldozer Man and get his opinion of it.
Hey, I'm telling you some seed ticks.
A unicorn tick.
Yeah. Now, that was the thing I was telling Adler in the break because I was afraid you can't talk about that on the air because then somebody will get the wrong message. I don't think our audience can handle bleach talk, but you're right. That is very effective. We'll come back bottom of the hour. I'm sorry. No, it's not. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Somebody just panicked. It's supposed to be at work.
I know. Sorry about that. Or you thought you had more time. 15 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll get into some other emails here momentarily. I'm reading some dandies today. Hey, Gabby.com. I do want to ask you this. When was the last time? And look, be honest. I know it. Until this sponsor came along, I didn't do it either. But I didn't realize a service like this was available. Gabby.com/Bubba. In minutes, you can find out whether you're overpaying for your car or your homeowner's insurance. If your automobile or homeowner's insurance, is it possible you could get the exact same coverage from somebody else at a lot less? Well, the people who are doing this, and it's a free service, so we're saving an average of about $1,000 a month. That's the average. So take a look at this now. It's Get a Better Insurance, GABI, Gabby.com/Bubba. You give them some information, takes just minutes, and then 40 other insurance providers will pop up with the exact same coverage, and you can see if the savings is good. They're not going to waste your time with bringing up things that are not they're not going to be in the ballgame. It's going to be something that's right where you are or better, and then you can decide whether the savings is enough for you to make that change. This is something, let's be honest, none of us ever really investigate because we don't want to take time to do it. But with Gabby.com/Bubba, you can do it easy, and you can do it for free, and it's simple. And you can find out, and then if you're overpaying, make an adjustment. If you're not, then stay where you are. Gabby.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we're bringing back an oldie but a goodie from years past when you'll pull out some emails, and then we'll open them up, we'll read a few of them, and then we'll comment on it. It goes way back to the beginning of the internet when we called it an update from the Information Superhighway. Actual letters from you, the greatest, most influential, best-looking listening audience in the world. How do I email you guys? Well, in the old days, you needed instruction. Now you probably don't. Just go to rickandbubba.com and click on Contact, and you'll see the different email options there. Email us all or email your individual member of the Rick and Bubba team. Bubba standing by with a letter, number 1.
Rick, we begin with an email from Lynn Emerson. She says, yes, seed ticks carry Lone Star, or really the alpha gal.
Mm-hmm.
My husband was bitten in 2014 by seed ticks while scouting for deer. He contracted alpha gal within 2 weeks. After 4 years, Rick, of no mammal meat and no more tick bites, he can now eat meat again. It's been about 2 weeks, no swelling, no itching after he tried meat. Adler should be good on the alpha gal, if you don't mind waiting 4 years.
Yeah, so in 4 years you can eat meat again, man. That ain't no big deal.
That's nothing.
You'll be fine. You only got 200 or so on you.
Yeah. Subject, vaccine insurance policy.
Here we go.
This comes from Paul Hansel. We're going to have a lot of these today. Bubba, if the government would come up with a life insurance policy that would take care of my family if something should happen to me after I took the vaccine, I would be on board with vaccination. What would be your take on this? Maybe we need Alexander Shinora or the Alabama Hammer to draw up some sort of legal document.
That's funny. Yeah.
Well, it's, we've said all along, you need to consult with your doctor and make a wise decision for your particular situation. Subject, vaccine. This comes from Stephen Godfrey. If you are required to get it by an employer, OSHA requires you to be, for the business to be liable for the well-being of the people who take it in the event of a side effect.
Yeah, I thought that OSHA might get involved, and I know unions get involved. If you're going to force people to take a experimental pharmaceutical and you're forcing them to do that, there's got to be some sort of recourse if it were to go south, and hopefully and prayerfully it won't. But if it does, you not having any recourse, I'm not sure that's going to sit well with OSHA and the labor unions.
Yeah, and more on that. Mandatory vaccines. Bubba just finished a conference 2 weeks ago with some well-known attorneys who gave a legal update for employers who are considering vaccine mandates. Yes, the employer is responsible for medical costs that may occur due to adverse effects from the vaccine. It falls with the Workers' Compensation Act. This comes from Jeremy Ford.
Okay. So,
one more. Nurses says, can you please talk about the fact that in this group that has worked its entire way through the pandemic when there was no vaccine, and now we're being forced to have to take one when we worked through the entire pandemic without one, all of a sudden now we are a threat to to the patients.
Saw that email. I'm glad you picked that one. I thought that was a very, very good point.
And they want to remain anonymous in this case.
Most of these nurses have worked through the first wave of the pandemic when a vaccine was not even available.
And Rick, as a matter of fact, we have video,
and they didn't really become a problem spreader, did they?
We have a video clip dealing with this. I don't know if we have time here. It's about 1:36. Adler cut number 3, and it's addressing this very topic today. Now think about what they're saying, what they're being asked to do, and think about what they're being told, and then listen to what these nurses say. And we've got the video right here.
Hi, my name is Heather Cobble, and I'm a registered nurse here in San Diego. I actually resigned from my job yesterday as a registered nurse because of this state mandate to be vaccinated. I was no problem working in the healthcare system over the last 18 months without a vaccine, but now, all of a sudden, I'm a threat to public health? Tell me where this makes sense. All of you sitting up here with your masks on, you know that those masks don't do anything. As a healthcare provider, we are taught how to use PPE. We're taught universal precautions, and we know how to implement them when we're dealing with patients who have a viral infection. I don't understand how you guys don't see the bigger picture here. What you're doing is you're creating a healthcare crisis. We already have a nursing shortage in America. So now in San Diego County, I know for a fact there's several hospitals that are operating on an all-bed crisis. You know why we're doing that? Wilma, do you know why? Because we have a healthcare shortage, a healthcare nursing shortage, excuse me. And you know that. These numbers are skewed. The testing is skewed. This needs to stop. I don't understand. Nathan, you can't even look at anybody when they're up here speaking. It's so rude. So rude. And I do have to say one thing. Jim Desmond, I want to thank you personally because I have reached out to you over the last 18 months, and you are the only supervisor to ever respond to any one of my emails.
So she makes a point. You realize if I'm a nurse, all I do is work on patients that I can catch what they have, and I've been taught how to use PPE so that we don't have a rash of a bunch of us. Does it mean no one ever catches? Of course it doesn't. But she says we have never worked with people that have viral diseases that we can catch where we had a vaccine to protect us from it, and we have never been a health risk. When did we become a health risk? We've even been through the first wave of this, or the whatever wave it was, when we didn't have a vaccine and we did not become a health risk. Why are we a health risk now? Why are you forcing us to take a vaccine when we know how to use PPE? I mean, it's a legitimate point.
Yeah. This is that mandate thing that everybody thinks they're doing the right thing, and they think they're covering their backside from liability, and all they're doing is getting rid of some of the best people who can help them work through this problem.
And Greg keeps making the point, who is vaccinated. I thought we now know that the variant, I mean, if you want to keep it out of the hospital, I'm talking about if it can help with that, fine, like any treatment. But as far as spreading it, the vaccine on the variant is not any help at all. Or if it is, it's not 100% because people with the vaccine
fully vaccinated people are still coming down with it, still spreading it. Maybe it's not as severe. We hope not.
But for some, it has been.
Yeah, for some it has been.
We can't act like that nobody who's fully vaccinated hasn't been hospitalized or died, because they have. That's not a big number. Praise God for that.
Strangely, the U.S. numbers are different than the rest of the world that we have so far. We have Israel and we have, was it Ireland? We have good numbers. They're saying about 50-50. The U.S. is saying 90% of the new cases are unvaccinated.
And I hope that holds, because I hope it is helpful to keep people out of the hospital.
Yeah, I do
and
too.
Keep people from dying.
I do too, but I have a feeling there's more thumbs on the scale than we're getting the real number.
But to this point, how can nurses be being forced to take a vaccine when they've worked their entire careers around people where they can catch what they have?
You better thank those young ladies and young men for what they're doing.
Well, and like she said, we're going to lose them. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
dead by
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show.
Hit by a bus.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so as we make our way back, coming up this hour, if you've been interested in what's happening with the Southeastern Conference, and when I say that, y'all all know what I mean, this football thing, Greg Sankey is going to join us, the commissioner, this hour, and we will talk about what's going on with the SEC with the 8th commissioner after Mike Slive stepped down in 2015. So we'll talk to him coming up this hour. And
you know, Rick, he's done such a great job with the SEC for his contracts, expansion. I mean, you talking about just, hitting home run after home run, no pun intended. I'm not too sure we shouldn't let him take up the Afghani war.
Well, you know what?
I'll tell you what,
I think it probably would have been done better. So some other things, another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast will be done today. And Brad Ryan will be our guest from 3 on the String. But for you folks in Rick and Bubba land, we will walk through some historic things that you may not know. So enjoy that interview coming up this weekend. Yesterday's Bible study, new series, 1 Corinthians started, and you can get it now. It's archived from yesterday's Bible study. And, Bubba, I have an update from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, where we'll be going this Saturday to do a Man Church One Day. Rich Wingo and I will be speaking at Linwood Baptist Church in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. I've got from the contact yesterday, he said, I'm not saying that he's going to come or that you'll get to meet him, but we have reached out to David Limbaugh.
And we've met David before.
Right.
And we've had him on the show. He's a super guy.
Yes.
And, of course, Rush's brother. And, again, Rush did such a great job for our industry. You know, whether you agree with his politics or not,
irrelevant.
He single-handedly saved the AM broadcast ban.
I'm about to say something stupid, so just get ready for that.
And Rick, I hope you do get to meet some people from Rush's family, and I hope they, listen to the show, and I hope they like what we do, and that would really be awesome.
Well, it was a big miss for us. I mean, throughout our
we did try. In all fairness,
the fortunate, we've been so blessed and so fortunate to have been able to do what we do for as long as we have, and to at least experience some form of some success.
Yeah, not just getting to keep doing it.
Not to the level of Limbaugh.
No,
I mean,
no,
not
we
even. We're just smudge on Limbaugh's
We're
shoes.
a bunch of dandies.
But anyway, he influenced all of us, and he saved AM radio completely, and he created a genre of radio that frankly did not exist, and it's now the probably if you look if you yes see well but
yeah, it was like real.
Well, having a conservative point of view as a commentator on a talk show, and also all the things if you're a podcast person, whether you like Rush Limbaugh or not, if you're just interested in this industry or historic things or people that'll go down in history in their field, it's called The Man Behind the Golden Microphone, and it has Bo Snerdley. And it's James, I forget his real name.
Golden.
James Golden. He hosted, and he interviews all these people that worked, and they also drop in these. They basically take you to the history.
Mm-hmm.
He was the typical deal. He got fired by about 7-8 people when he was trying to be a hot rocking DJ.
Yep.
And because he wanted to try.
I used to love hearing those old audio clips.
And then when you hear how, first of all, everybody said, "What middle of the day, complete disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's going to give you that time.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that." Syndication, how that works. Nobody wants that. Hey, man, keep it local. And all the things that he was told were not going to work, that everybody in the industry who told him that was wrong, and everybody who thought it would work, they were right.
Mm-hmm.
And now if you look at it, and this is where you need to correct me if you think I'm wrong, I'm talking about modern day terrestrial radio, modern day.
Yes.
I'm talking about now.
Yes.
The most successful form of modern day radio that makes the most money is conservative news talk. Yes or no?
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And he created,
not even close.
And he created that genre.
Yeah, I think so too.
So that's a pretty big deal. But here's what I was going to ask you. And this is where I'm going to sound kind of stupid because I must not know the tie-in other than the state. Why is he buried in St. Louis and not in Cape Girardeau?
Well, it's the same state.
Right, but I mean that's not where he's from. He didn't live in St. Louis. He never lived in St. Louis.
It just may be where the family had a plot or something.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, because I started trying to do a tie-in, I go, now was he?
I'm sure there's a reason.
I hate to
for
say
that.
this, even when
it's not like it's that.
Even when he worked in Major League Baseball, he worked for the Royals. He didn't work for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean that didn't make
Well,
sense.
Kansas City's in the same state too.
Well, I know, but why is he not buried in Kansas City? Why is it St. Louis?
That may be like the nearest big city where, they have
bury famous
large,
people?
where they probably have large cemeteries or something. I don't know.
You don't have a cemetery in Cape Girardeau or Kansas City?
It may be a small one. He may have wanted a big one.
Yeah. I want to know.
It may have been a family plot that had been there for years. I don't know.
That may be the most.
I think that's the most
logical
answer. That his family sometime long ago bought plots at St. Louis. Maybe they lived there for a
Given
while.
Rush could have bought one anywhere he wanted to.
He's not even buried in Florida where he lived for how long? I mean, I would think that Rush Limbaugh would be buried in Cape Girardeau.
You would.
I mean, but
you know what? Well, if you run into David, why don't you ask him?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When I come back, we're going to know. Because I'm going to Cape Girardeau, and I don't have a lot of time. I'm in and out a little quicker than I probably
look,
need to be.
we wanted to meet Rush. We never got that opportunity. As a matter of fact, most people we meet that we do know change their numbers, soon after. But know what? We did what we could do.
Rush Limbaugh did not. No one ever convinced him that it would be a good experience to spend time with us. And we wanted to meet
from
him.
people who had spent time with us.
And we got close. We had a good rapport with his brother. Of course, remember, if you listen to the show for a long period of time, we think we're closer to his brother than we are.
But we have met him,
right.
and we've had him on the show.
But we think he would remember us, and he won't. Okay?
Probably not.
Right.
No,
but we think he would.
Right.
We thought we connected. Now, that's that flaw we have. It's just
it is a flaw. I
right,
give you that.
Right.
And then people we actually connect to seem to eventually forget us.
Right, like Hannity. But Hannity, and I will give Hannity credit.
Like
if we ever end up back in his presence, now he lights back up like a light and he starts giving us a ton. Yeah. But like when he changed his phone and everything this last time,
he didn't really tell us.
He didn't tell us.
I'm going to change my number. Here's my new one if you need it.
Yeah. And I may have caused that. That may be on me, and that is because I kept texting him and emailing him every time he'd bring up his martial arts skills that I thought I could still whip his ass.
I had that number and I shared it with you, and that may have been a mistake.
Well, I think if I hadn't started that,
because I could see where that would do.
Because I never sent him stuff like I needed anything. I'd just hear him on the air, reminding us how tough he was, and I would send him a text going, by the way, I can still take you, and he probably didn't think it was as funny as I did.
Maybe the first time.
Apparally not.
Well, I love that kind of stuff. Well, yeah. But anyway, so
Rick, I think it's just simply that it is a historic graveyard.
Okay.
And there's over 87,000 graves there, and monuments, and industrial leaders.
May I interject something? And you say yes, because it sounds like what you're saying. This is just me trying to nutshell it, because that's how I have to learn. And that is this. If you are a famous Missourian, you're buried in this. It's a big deal to be there.
I think that's fair.
It's a big deal to be there.
Okay, got it.
Yes. Yeah.
Got it. Now, that's not where I'm going, so I won't get to go get my picture made there.
Right.
But, so that hurts. Did I tell you about the time, though, that I was in a part of Mississippi doing a men's thing, and I got my picture made by Robert Johnson's grave?
Yeah, you did. You told me about that.
A little different.
Rick, how many
You didn't go to the
people,
Crossroads to check that out.
I was
It's
there.
called
I did go there.
Belafontaine or Belafonte? How do you say that?
Bellefontaine.
If you're from Missouri.
Or Bellefontaine Cemetery, it says.
Bellefontaine.
Do you know how many graves are there, Rick?
I just said, Bubba.
87,000.
87? Is that what you said? 87?
I said the name and the number of graves.
Hey, look what I found. You know how many graves are there?
Over 314 acres.
Right. And Walter Lewis is buried there.
Is he Lewis?
Bubba.
Back to this, though.
So,
I thought it was still fun.
So now I can put this to bed. If you're an influential, historic Missourian, it's a big deal to be buried there. That's it. And that's why he's there with all the other
many soldiers from the American Civil War.
Got it.
Politicians, local
Bush
leaders.
family, all
The Gallant Pelham's not there. He's in Jacksonville.
Thank you, Greg.
We said Civil War.
Thanks for updating us on that. There's a lot of people in the Civil War.
Well, I'm telling you where the Gallant Pelham's
well,
at.
It's true.
So I'm
and nice time to bring up. You've got a plot right next to him.
Yep.
So
Anyway. We'll call you the Gallant Greg.
All right, we come back at Sankey next, right?
The commish?
We're talking about the commish next.
I got him at 8:36.
Do you?
We're all for
well,
it.
you may be right. I don't know where I am.
I wish you would call on in. I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah, well, it's coming up. Yeah. Hey, yeah, we still got another segment.
We only got one segment. We can't relive the past. We got to get into the new stuff.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big is our number. Greg Sankey, we told you, coming up next segment, so we'll chat with him on the old Rick and Bubba Show. But there are some stories happening today in college football. Before we get to talking to the commish for the SEC, Bubba, Nebraska, under investigation for NCAA violations. And this is a setback because, as you know, this show, and I don't think we have any dissenters, this show desires for Nebraska to be good again.
Oh, I do. I used to love when them and Oklahoma played Thanksgiving week.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it was Thanksgiving Day, sometimes the day after. And it was number 1 and number 2 in the country. Man, they were some great matchups.
Yeah, so Nebraska,
running that option.
Nebraska is one of those college football towns and one of those teams that I need to be good again. And I mean, I want them to be like when they were like dreaded and
huge offensive
they would
line
just terrorize you.
Had the red pants, the
Oh,
white
my
shirt,
gosh.
white
And-
headgear with just the old plain in on right there.
and just when I think about offensive linemen and awards, I think of Nebraska, but of course not anymore. But so I'm even with if they're doing what they're being accused of doing by the NCAA and they're investigating it, I say we do not punish them. Let Nebraska do whatever they need to do to be good again. I don't even care if they cheat.
Yeah,
I just want.
I saw the headline. I thought, ooh, and then I saw what it was. I was like, well,
Well,
everybody else in the country was doing the same thing. They just didn't get caught.
If I was the judge in this, I would go, well, based on your record, it really didn't help. Case dismissed.
There you go.
Right.
But let me take this back, Rick. Remember when? Let's see. Are they the Big 12? I can't remember.
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, they're the Big 12.
No. Well, who are you talking about?
Nebraska.
They're in the Big 10 now.
Big 10, which
They-
has 12.
Well,
14.
no, they've got 14.
14. That makes
Okay,
it worse.
the
They
Big
used to
12
be in the Big 12 and jumped to the Big 10.
I'm going to ask college football to take numbers.
Yeah, we've
out
had
of
this.
conferences.
Yeah, we've talked
And
about
big.
it.
So he's
Take big out.
Oh, so they're in the 14.
Correct.
Okay. And you remember when the 14 shut down their season?
Guess what name my conference is? Anyway, go ahead.
And you remember their coach?
You talking about Tiny Scott Frost?
Tiny Scott Frost. Hey, he was going to go
Scott
play in a
Frost.
field somewhere.
He said, "We'll play you in a field."
Yep.
Do you think he was just in the field waiting
That's
on somebody
funny.
to play?
That's a great
They were practicing
point.
at
That's a
that
good
He was
point.
out there ready for somebody to come play.
That's
he,
a great point.
He didn't mean to cheat.
He wouldn't
He
cheat.
was waiting on a game.
He had his team on the field to play.
Yeah,
That's it.
they were ready to play. He'll play anybody, anywhere, right till the conference come back and said, no, you won't. And then he went to be Tiny Scott Frost.
Yeah. How did Tiny Scott Frost talk?
Yes, it's okay. We'll just stay here.
That's tiny.
Let me tell you, Tiny Scott Frost, about one more year at Nebraska with them being like they have been, he maybe want to be back at Central Florida.
I know he played at Nebraska, and that seemed like a dream job at the time, but he had it going on at Central Florida.
Yeah, he did. So anyway, they're investigating, but I say no matter what, I'm with Bubba. If Nebraska was practicing during the time of the shutdown, that doesn't matter. Let them get in some extra practice. We need them to be good again. And let's just say, and I think, Bubba, we use your scenario. They did nothing wrong. Scott Frost had his team in a field, prepared to play somebody. Nobody showed up, and it looked like a practice. So let's forgive Nebraska. I don't want them under any violations. As a matter of fact, if we can allow them to double scholarships, whatever we need to do to get Nebraska good again for college football, I want it.
Rick, I'll go this far. I've always thought if teams cheat, but they still are no good,
No
we
punishment.
shouldn't punish them.
No punishment.
It's like no blood, no foul.
That's right.
Now, if they go and win the national championship, you go, okay, well, they shouldn't
Right.
have done that. They had an unfair advantage.
Right.
But when you cheat and you still suck, you shouldn't be punished.
I totally agree.
That's right.
I think
'Cause
that's a good rule.
It didn't give you an advantage. So
No.
you're good.
We'll ask Commissioner Sankey what he thinks about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's back to I remember when I would hear
No blood,
Who
no foul.
pimped on them, though?
Yeah.
How'd they find out? they
Oh,
were
some empty skimp.
My goodness. I'm telling you, Rick, 90% of the other teams that were shut down were doing the same
Of
thing.
course they were.
You
Everybody
remember
was
when in
practicing.
high school we used to report in July in the wrestling
Oh,
room?
we practiced. When I was in high school, we practiced year round.
Yeah.
Are you saying you broke rules?
Yes.
Absolutely.
100% I'm saying that.
Because
You know,
along with the rest of the county.
We were saying that at Jacksonville the whole time.
Well, you know.
So y'all didn't break them. Look how it turned out.
Well, I know. No harm, no foul.
Right. Apparently, y'all should have followed our plan better.
Yeah.
What about
At least y'all made it count.
Right. Yeah. At least when we were
Remember how hot it
And
was
that school
inside.
bus that y'all wouldn't count.
That's right.
They didn't run.
Bubba acts like they counted students as they got off the bus. That don't even make sense. I bet they
I've
went by
heard him
who was
say-
enrolled.
I've heard him tell that
Rick, I know
story.
it was back in the 80s, but I believe they had technology of paperwork.
Look, I'll go this far straight up.
Out that bus, they held it up till they
Now,
quit counting heads.
I'll go
This
to-
coming from the two just admitted you cheated.
Yeah, well,
that's good.
But we didn't count buses. But we practiced in the wrestling room, though. Hot in there, by the way.
Now, if you'd come down to the wrestling room and tried to count, you'd have found some people in there. in helmet and shoulder pads and shorts.
I will say this. It goes back to
God, it was hot in there.
We did have a really good program and really good coaches, but I will tell you this, especially that one year that we played y'all had a better team and we still beat you. You know what I mean?
Well, if they just started in July.
Hey, how about this? We didn't have the players y'all had that year.
Yeah, that was.
Everybody always
better
thought
year
we
for
won
us.
because we had better players. We won because we had better coaches and had a better program.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times we didn't have we were outmanned by everybody we played, especially in the playoffs.
When Greg Law dropped the bread going in.
Yep.
Down there inside the 5.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Greg was a great player. I played basketball.
No, he
with
was
him. He was a
good.
good guy.
No, he was
He
good.
appreciates you bringing that up.
I bet
Carried
he
that,
does.
carried that ball a little loose.
He had just gotten over it,
Oh,
Bubba.
yeah.
Yeah.
Got talking about it.
Yeah, at least he didn't run out of bounds on fourth down.
Well, he thought it was third.
Right.
We covered that. That is one mystery we
We
finally
did.
got
We get to the
end
bottom
of.
of it. We did it. That's good.
Ken Stabler did the same thing in Alabama, they say.
Yeah, that's true.
Threw it out of bounds, thought it was third down.
I like, but I like that we have Henry the horse character so we can actually hear y'all's fight song.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
fun.
that's
That is fun.
Because that's a good one. That was a good one. We never got to hear it much when we played.
I think probably the only time you heard it's when you snapped the ball over Robbie's head 40 yards. I remember that very clearly.
Let me
by
tell you
the
when
way.
you know that
I
you're-
was sitting in the stands watching that.
Now that was a year we did have a better team.
We were really good.
Yeah, but that was. Will Muschamp also in the news saying that he's bringing something special to Georgia.
And what is that?
He's there.
He's brought something.
He forgot
special.
to take it to South Carolina.
He's bringing something special. He's brought everywhere.
Yeah, he's brought that specialist to 2 or 3 stops.
They say.
I tell you who I'd like to be is his real estate agent.
Yeah.
Because I make money going and coming off of him.
Well, let me tell you what's interesting, and I agree
Hope
with
he
this.
leases cars.
I agree with the person. That wrote this article. They love the coaching carousel, especially when former head coaches go to play smaller roles at other schools.
Yeah,
Just to kind of see. And what you find out a lot of times, I think it's happening here with Muschamp. What you find out a lot of times is just because you're a good assistant coach doesn't mean you'll be a great head coach. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes
You know,
it doesn't.
he was a graduate assistant at Jacksonville State when he very first started.
Sometimes people are role players, even as coaches, and they're perfect to be inserted into a staff.
Let me ask you
but they
this.
don't really have the skill set to be the CEO of the team.
Let me ask you this: Muschamp has been at so many schools. What in the world does his closet look like when it comes to sweatshirts? Do you think he's got a logo for every team in the South?
Probably
Every single team?
Probably looks like our closet. Yeah. I got so many logoed shirts. I don't know what to do.
So he's filled in when your buddy O'Cochran had to step down.
Why are you calling him my buddy?
Because you're just a huge fan of his.
No, what
I'm
happened?
not.
What
I can't
happened with
stand that guy.
Cochran?
He needed. What did he step down for personal reasons?
Yeah.
To work on. I don't know. But Muschamp was on the staff as an analyst, and now they've moved him into that.
Yeah.
Which basically he's being an analyst so they can get into that buyout money he got from South Carolina.
Right. Yeah. So it says he's having an impact in Georgia.
And I think his money from Auburn just ran out too.
So he's still sitting pretty good. Florida.
Yeah, Florida money. I mean, he's getting a check from 8 schools.
Sankey's next.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 35 minutes past the hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Another day of Rick and Bubba. We have been looking forward to this conversation, and our thanks to SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey for joining us today. Commissioner, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Thank you. I've been on before. You guys have forgotten, apparently. I used to be the band parent with, like, the Briarwood Band when they'd show up.
That's right. I forgot about that.
No idea who was standing in the background with those things.
I didn't even know that.
Commissioner, first off, let us congratulate you on your new deal. You're going to be extended as a SEC commissioner, and you've done a great job and well-deserved.
Well, my hair's getting gray, so at the end of that deal, I may not have any, but it's rewarding to have the support of our presidents and chancellors. It's hard to believe it's been 6 years, and just the last year and a half has been like 3 decades.
Yeah.
So, I look forward to a future. It's an exciting place, an exciting time, and a lot of change, and it's good to have the kind of stability and support that we have in the Southeastern Conference.
Commissioner, too, I think you have to be commended for keeping the best secret in modern history. I mean, maybe with the exception of the formula of Coke, you kept the secret of Nebraska, Texas, and Oklahoma joining the SEC, and I don't know how in the world you kept that quiet.
Well, somebody just shuddered when you said Nebraska first, so it's fun.
Well, we just did a Nebraska story. It was fresh on my mind.
Well, let me tell you something. If you want to go ahead and announce that today, you can, or you can keep that a secret, too.
Well, there goes that second segment. It's fascinating to me to think about how narratives develop. And I actually went back to when I was going through the search process. I had just a little line that said, we want to make ourselves as most successful as we possibly can, do things with excellence so that people really come to us, whether it's writers asking us about how we continue to sustain excellence, or people who want to work here. And really that produced a phone call saying, hey, would you be interested if we ever sought membership? And that was on them. What people seem to miss is they had to make decisions about their future, and then we had to make decisions. So there's a risk there. And I certainly couldn't guarantee membership, but there obviously was interest given the prominence of the University of Oklahoma and University of Texas, and ultimately our members unanimously said those two will be an important part of our future. So we tried to manage that appropriately, managed it well, and it certainly was big news when it broke.
Yeah. Did they mention at all that part of them leaving the Big 12 was that there's only 10 teams? Can you do anything? We were to some of these names. I mean, the Big 10 has 14 teams. The Big 12 has 10. Is it time to correct these numbers? I mean, it doesn't seem to make sense.
Well, I thought we cut a deal for me to appear. There's not any math on the show. We've now got that problem.
We do try to stay clear of that.
I do have like social media remarks about it's the Southeastern Conference. Well, if you look at quadrants of the United States, all of our members are in the southeastern portion of the United States. So we have stayed away from numbers, and we use geography as a broad label, and it works pretty well.
Yeah, just keep it broad.
Commissioner, with Texas and Oklahoma coming in, have you really addressed realignment yet? What the East and West is going to look like, or will that be an argument for another day?
We just finished 2 days of discussions for the first time with athletics directors after the announcement of membership transition. That was the first opportunity to bring people together, talk about principles. And what I've asked is that we just look at the big picture. So you asked a question about divisions, and I won't answer a question now about divisions because I want us to take a step back and really think about how can we move teams through our campuses more frequently. Right now, if you're on the east side, your non-permanent West opponent, you'll see at home once in 12 years. We shouldn't be doing that. We should rotate with the names of the universities, the prominence of our football programs. We want those to show up on our campuses and on the road at other campuses more frequently. Now, how do we achieve that? And that's really the beginning point of our conversation, rather than just talking about divisions or no divisions, who's in the East, who's in the West. Let's figure out what types of opportunities can we find that provide more rotation, more variety, draw fans in for these big games with the Southeastern Conference label, and then we'll figure out the format.
Totally agree with that. As a fan, I think that there's too many prominent brands that we don't see together on one of the two teams' campuses enough. And man, if we could address that, that'd be great. I mean, we're missing some great matchups. Like I say, every 12 years it's too much time.
Yeah, Commissioner, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the great narratives out of our past expansion is Kentucky, I think 2 years ago, played in College Station. That was the one time in 12 years Kentucky football played Texas A&M on the road. They sold every ticket available because people wanted to be a part of it. It was new, it was fresh, it was a different place. Well, you want to find the balance. Once every 12 years is skewed too far. So how can you maybe swing that pendulum a bit so that there's more frequency, more familiarity? It feels like a conference, even with a larger number of teams.
Commissioner, is it even possible that you might see a different format that's not as relying on East and West, and that's kind of what I'm hearing you say, where we might see in football more of a jumbled up schedule and then just the best two teams play in Atlanta for a championship? Is something like that even a remote possibility?
I would narrow it to that. So I, again, back up. I have this book on my bookshelf called The Art of Possibility. And so what I want us to do is deal with possibilities now. We had to change in the early 90s when Roy Kramer created divisions in the championship game. The championship game is really a cultural icon for us to think back, well over 25 years now, when there was a lot of resistance, and every conference has moved to that format for determining a football champion. That's special. How we determine who's there at the 16-team level, it can include divisions. I showed actually at the AD meeting, there's a Saturday Night Live skit. It's from years ago called The Change Bank, where you show up with a 20 and you get 2 10s or 2 10s and 2 5s. However you want it, we can figure it out. So we're like in the change bank portion of the discussion. Let's think about the possibilities. We might give you $21 bills back if you give me a $20 bill. And then narrow it down based on a set of principles. One of those that I think is important is rotation, and that may include divisions, but that remains to be seen.
Commissioner, too, you've kind of been at the forefront pushing for change at the NCAA. Are we going to see that model modified here in the next few years, maybe more autonomy for the conferences? Or how do you see the NCAA 5-10 years down the road?
Yeah, well, why don't you ask me about 6 months down the road first? I'll figure out 5 years. It's a little bit difficult for me to follow the bouncing ball of NCAA constitutional initiatives. Fundamentally, again, when you look at the problem in the big picture, we have a different set of realities in this conference than others in Division I. Yet we're all forced into the same room and told, why don't you make great decisions? And here's the kicker, for student athletes. Well, I want opportunities for my student athletes. Like this year, I believe, based on what we learned last year, we should have started preseason practice 3, 4, 5 days earlier and built in more rest days to preseason practice, more recovery time. We did that last year when we adjusted around the pandemic. We just needed the space to do it. Well, you throw it into a big room and somebody says, well, we can't afford to bring kids in 3 days early. Our summer school's here. We don't have this. We don't have that. I'm just trying to do the right thing. And in that circumstance, you hear the frustration that we're stuck in this bureaucracy that doesn't produce good results. So fast forward to your question. What's it going to look like in 5 years? Well, we've taken a problem to say we are in a modern era of college athletics, and there was a 22-person committee, and then like 3 days later, no, it's 23, and then 2 days later, no, it's 28 people. So if that doesn't speak to the NCAA, I don't know what does, number one. And number two, we've taken a big problem that doesn't fit the NCAA committee structure and stuck it right in an NCAA committee. That may not seem the best way to achieve optimal outcomes. And so those of us in leadership roles are going to have to participate. I want to see the NCAA as an effective organization. but its leadership has to adapt. Its board of governors has to adapt. Those of us in commissioners' chairs have to adapt and be more nimble and thoughtful and effective in how we approach what is a clearly modern era of college sports.
We'll come back and we'll discuss more about this modern era of college sports with SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey when we return. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG, and after we wrap up with Commissioner Sankey, we'll take some of your phone calls after that. But we'll come back and we'll continue our discussion as the Rick and Bubba show continues. Get all the details on everything Rick and Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. We'll continue our conversation with SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey here quickly. HelloFresh.com. HelloFresh.com. This is a game changer. And the beauty of this service is they don't just help you plan meals. They actually provide the ingredients and the recipes for the meals, and then you prepare them. So the grocery shopping is done by HelloFresh with the right amount of ingredients you need for the meals that you pick. And you can pick from a vast variety of meals that their chefs have prepared. And there's all kinds of ways this can work for you. But most importantly, you get delicious meals. You're not wasting, and you're saving yourself money, and you're sitting the family down for delicious meals on the run. Or if you have the time, you can get some of those that take a little bit longer, but the most of them take is 20 to 30 minutes. So HelloFresh.com, the code Bubba right now, you can get up to 14 meals for free and free shipping. So use the promo code Bubba when you go to HelloFresh.com and change the way that you do meal prepping every week and save yourself some money at the same time. The link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There you go. So Greg Sankey is still with us, and we've got a few things we need to cover with him.
Commissioner, we're limited here on time, but we want to hit a few other things. First, congratulations on the 10-year deal you negotiated with Disney/ABC/ESPN for the SEC, and you did such a good job on that. Would you consider handling Rick and my contract? We're unemployed at the end of the year.
Yeah, we need you.
I think having listened to your podcast, you should have Todd Jones represent you.
Payback. So you were telling us a story in the break, and Bubba said you guys had talked about this. You actually said you told me this story one time about, 15, 16 years ago, concerning Coach Bill Burgess, Greg and I, our dad, because you came in and were helping with the Southland Conference, right, as Jacksonville State had just moved to 1AA out of Division II after winning the national championship, and you told us a funny story about that.
Yeah, so 96, the commissioner of the Southland Conference left, went to work for the Big 12. I'm the associate commissioner. I'm interim. I'm 31 years old. I don't know what the future is going to look like. We had a meeting in New Orleans, and we had our ADs, our football coaches, our presidents were there, and they met at different times. And I'm in charge, but I'm temporary help at that point. And they're trying to figure out how to do a search for the next commissioner. And I went through, I don't know what the agenda item was. And your dad stops the meeting and says, hey, look, I know nobody cares what a football coaches think, but why don't you just hire this guy as your commissioner and let him go to work? And he pointed at me. Again, I'm 31 years old. I knew I had a chance, but I think we miss moments in life to breathe into somebody else. And that was somebody who saw something in me I probably didn't see in myself. I was just trying to do a job. I was hopeful. So I stopped Rick in the Apple store. I don't know, it was 10 or 15 years ago. He's got no idea who I am. And it's probably one of those awkward moments that happens when you're a public figure, where somebody's telling your story and you're very nice. But that was me trying to say thank you to Bill Burgess for what he did. I'm not sure he has email, so I can't send him an email.
No, he doesn't have email. No,
he doesn't believe it.
Yeah,
I was pretty sure of that.
Well,
he's still swapping. He's still got GA swapping videotape in an Exxon station.
That's right. You're right. But, he always had a knack for seeing something in people that a lot of times that you didn't know you had yourself. So I'm not surprised that he saw your future without you even realizing it. Yeah. So that's a cool story.
It really is. Commissioner, a lot of folks out there, the numbers with COVID are trending in the wrong direction. There's a lot of concern. There's a lot of excitement that we're going to play football and have fans back in and band and cheerleaders and everything that goes with it. A lot of people are worried that this is going to get shut down again. What can you tell them about that, or what are those possibilities, or how are we going to deal with this if it continues to go in the wrong direction?
I'm concerned as well. I share those concerns. And I start with our football teams. We've spent now almost a year and a half working with a team of doctors and sports medicine specialists, developing, really creating, adjusting, fine-tuning protocols to keep our teams as healthy as possible. And you've heard we have teams that are essentially at 100% vaccination rate within their team unit. That's staff and players. That's sometimes a couple hundred people. Our athletics department vaccination rates are well above anything in the public domain. And we need to follow that lead. We've sought information. we've ignored like the TV doctors, I don't care what network, and gone to people who are like on the front lines of research and of treating this virus to ask for information. We had an athletics directors meeting I referenced, brought in one of our doctors, Katie O'Neill, who's out of Baton Rouge, who's just a phenomenal person, frontline person, talked to one of our football teams, and boom, their vaccination rate went from like 50% to 90% within the allotted time for the double vaccination to take hold. And that's the kind of education we need. And the public asked me last year, are we going to play football? Well, you know what? It's now in their hands. I understand all the politics that play out, and I said it at media days in my speech. You know, COVID-19 is not a political football. Vaccination's not a political football. Go educate yourself. If you read my social media, it's just like tomfoolery about this discussion. Hey, nothing's perfect. Can we just admit that? Nothing is perfect. What is the best set of circumstances for this society to be as healthy as possible? Because when the society is healthy, we're going to play football uninterrupted. If we have this trend continue upward, that diminishes the opportunity not to have disruption. And I'll just speak from my chair. I'm really proud of what we accomplished last year. You know, we had 9 national championship teams out of this league. If you watch the Olympics, my goodness, we had almost 90 medals won. That doesn't happen if we don't try. But I can't guarantee anything. And going through last football season, I'm just going to tell you it was miserable. Mike Leach said it once. It wasn't any fun. We took the joy out of it. We need the joy back someplace in our existence. And we can do that, but people have to move beyond their biases, their anger, their frustration, and access the opportunities to be healthy. And you know what? I believe the vaccine's part of that.
And that's you were very decisive last year, which I think was good because the conferences that were indecisive, it really came across even more chaotic. But you're right, even making those hard decisions and apparently making some good decisions doesn't mean it still wasn't a very difficult, miserable experience. But it was. It was.
I didn't know where you were going to go. You said you were decisive, which was I was hoping it was like at least medium or good. So
no, you were. I mean, you knew. You said, "Hey, we're going to play."
Yeah.
The SEC got out there and said, "We're going to play, and we're going to work out a plan to do so." And that's what I mean. I thought that was good that you were decisive and here's what we're going to do, and now we're working out on how we're going to do it. And it sounds like you're kind of saying the same thing about this season. We're going to do it, but we got to work out a plan based on we can't plan on things we don't know yet. So everybody's got a plan to do it.
Yeah, it's and you know, hope's not a plan. It's like, you know, the Old Testament book of Ecclesiastes should be written as part of a pandemic learning that, you know what, there isn't anything that's guaranteed. You may think that here's your plan, and it can fall apart, and you had better be prepared for that. And we have prepared and planned as best we can, but we can manage through a COVID environment, but we don't have control of COVID-19, and we have to be honest about that, and we all do. But I'll go back to kind of my Mike Leach reference. I think it was right. We took the joy out of it, not me, not like our coaches. The reality did. We need a little bit of happiness back in our life. And I think what happens in 2 weeks in Knoxville, Tennessee, when we kick off the season.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, as you heard, the gang is all here, and now if you missed last hour, this is that weird thing we do where we have to go back and assess and try to protect ourselves for, one of the things we said is kind of our shortcomings, and that's our belief that we connect with people to a level that is not realistic. And so SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey was with us last hour and gave us 2 good segments. Unfortunately, Greg couldn't hear the hard break, and I was trying to find a place to cut that off. But he was answering our questions and being very, very forthcoming.
That was a great time. I enjoyed getting to talk with him. He's, he makes so many decisions about things that we love being sports fans.
Yeah.
It was good to finally get to talk to him a little bit about it.
Where are we at on Sankey?
I loved every single thing about that. I even wrote down that book that he's reading, Art of Possibility.
Sure.
You don't think I wrote that down?
Oh,
and that story about your dad.
Oh, wow.
You don't think that speaks to me? I love that story.
Yeah, and he's asking me, when he said that he approached me about that story about 15 years ago in the Apple store.
Yeah.
And he said, I know things like that are awkward. And I thought to myself, every time I'm in the Apple store, it's awkward.
I was thinking the same.
If I'm in the Apple store, I'm in an awkward position.
Yeah, you are.
I am living in an awkward environment. I am not not like these people.
As we like to say, that ain't your bunch, Rick.
That's not my bunch. So, but that kind of story is really cool.
Hinted around.
Much like just John.
Yeah, right.
Something else I picked. I've always liked him from an SEC commissioner standpoint, but we got to know him a little better right there. And of course, we all think we're buddies with him now. And
why do we always do
I know,
that?
but I will say this: he hinted around. He listens to the podcast. He's the one that brought up the Todd Jones thing, not us. He didn't hear that from somebody else. He's out there listening to our podcast.
He says that he's a big runner, kind of like Bubba and me. And he said that he said
I get my 4 steps in a day.
Yeah, he was in he said when he was running, he said this is my rotation. Of course, no surprise, the rise and fall of Mars Hill, but
sure.
But he said that he rotates different podcasts, and that the Rick and Bubba University podcast in our archives are things he listens to. And then he did the Todd Jones quote, which that shows he really did. So that was good. But again, stupid me. After we talked like that, I feel like I've connected, and that we're friends now.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if you throw out things that you were a Briarwood High School band parent.
Yes,
when
they would come out here about the studio.
Yeah, that's interesting. But but can't you so see Dad doing what he's talking about? Because I'll tell you something. Let me tell you about Bill Burgess. If he goes all in with you, like he did Greg Sankey, then you don't have a bigger advocate, and may no one come against you. But if Dad turns against you, and he's not just as passionate, he's not in your camp, there's no getting out of it. I mean, trying to get out of his I'm against you camp, is as hard as he is loyal to you.
Yeah.
Now if he gets loyal to you,
he's a lot.
And the famous example is he's still looking for the kid that stole his bike in 5th grade.
That is correct.
He's still mad at him.
Yeah, that's the quote from one of his cousins. So he can go either way. But it's cool that he said that. I can so see him say, "Don't nobody care what no football coach said," but I think he's all right guy right there.
Hey,
that was it. So I thought we wanted to do the NIL thing. We didn't get into that. We asked him about that in the break. He wanted to talk about it, or was fine with talking about it. He just made a joke that we've been living an NIL deal for 27 years.
He was impressed with the NIL deal that the show has come up with.
Yeah, and we have at least one Southeastern Conference athlete.
We do.
Yeah,
You're
Mississippi State high jumper.
That is correct.
Who was going to expose the show to tens of people.
Yeah, did we ever get our backup punter? Didn't his paperwork come in?
Yeah, we got it. It's not. It didn't come back exactly the way I wanted it, but considering it's probably the way a backup punter would send it.
Right. If you,
it's a crooked picture of the signature page only.
Right. That's hilarious. So the ones that the paperwork that they're done on, just go to people at rickandbubba.com, and the drop-down menu has our NIL.
We'll get some more of those up as those come in, and we've got several that are kind of interesting, and I hope we get to interview each and every one of them because it's some very interesting stories.
All right, so we had Jim out of Vestavia, and Jim he wants to honor his parents today, and this number that he's got is really big. Jim, thanks for your patience, buddy. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I appreciate it. This is the first time calling. I want to tell you I really do appreciate y'all standing for Jesus Christ. It's rare today, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Nothing else really gonna matter, is it?
Yeah, I wanted to pay tribute. This is my in-laws, my wife's parents, but they're from Auburn, Alabama. They're 92 and 91, and they're celebrating their 70th wedding anniversary today.
70 years being married. 70 years.
Wow.
I mean, that is a big number.
That's a big one.
What's their
Yeah,
names? Jim, what's their name?
Jim and Virginia Taylor.
Jim and Virginia Taylor?
Taylor. Right.
Taylor. Okay.
Yeah, and Bubba, to put this in perspective, you said that you and Betty been married for 32 years, which is fantastic. But that's not even halfway there.
I know.
Wow.
I know. I was sitting here thinking the same thing myself, and I thought, wow. That is, I mean, you can't even describe your feeling when you hear that.
no.
You know, I just hope I make it to 70. You know, I
70
mean,
years
much
of
less
life.
married that long.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. So 70 years, man, that's incredible. And I'm even thinking to myself, do our wives even want to be married to us for 70 years?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a big number.
That's a big number.
dandy.
I did my deal yesterday. I had to go get my eyes checked yesterday because I lost my glasses. And I wish you would have seen their faces. They said, "All right, so let's go out here and get you some glasses." I said, "I'm not allowed to." And they said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "My wife said I'm not allowed to pick up my own glasses this time." And they said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, she said that I picked out some that were too geeky or too old last time." And they just started laughing. And I said, "So today, Sherry's taking me to pick out glasses."
That owns me.
And I
right
told her,
there.
I said, "Look, we can't go to the point where you're trying to go." And this is the thing that, how women use this word all the time about how they talk to each other about their styles and their shoes. And Sherry wears glasses, and about her glasses, she goes, "Well, do you think my glasses are too hip for my age?" And I said, "No, I don't think that at all." She goes, "We'll just get you something cute like mine." I said, "Cute?
Yeah, I want you with some cute. That'll go over well.
You don't think my glasses are cute?" "Well, yeah, baby, but you're like a very petite, blue-eyed, blonde-haired little woman." I mean,
that's different.
Yeah, I look like the kind of person like that people try to, if they don't know me, they won't even come near me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is different. You're out there. Look at your little cute self. There's nothing cute about me, at all, nothing. And so I said, I don't want. She goes, "I don't mean that for you, but something that's just a little, just not quite." Get
you some of him John Lennon.
You ready for this one? The last ones you got like you just gave up.
She said that?
Yeah, like you're just officially.
So you didn't like those round ones I sent you with the bar over the top?
Yeah,
and
I
all
love
that?
those.
I think that was hip to the groove,
I
don't
like
you?
that. I may get the band back together with those.
Rick, the whole family. When I first went to glasses, and it's been not that long ago, I picked a pair just because I think they were either a complimentary pair.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Right.
But they said I looked the BTK killer. Yeah. and they love that. So Lisa did actually pick my last pair.
Well,
so I will admit that.
There's two people.
I wear them when I drive and go to the movies.
There's two people that I have to be sure I've made happy when I have a selection like that. One is Betty.
You're right.
And two is Greg.
That's exactly right. That's tough to land those two places.
Yeah, because if I get both of those covered, nobody's going to criticize me.
Right.
Yeah, my first ones weren't a great choice, and then my next ones weren't. I did a little better, but then they called me Gus Malzahn.
Right.
And which you're not horrible. It's better than BTK Killer. Yeah. So Lisa picked these last ones.
So here comes, and y'all can guess this. This comes from some of our favorite worship leaders because they want to stay hip to the group.
Yes. Oh yeah.
I looked at your glasses video because we posted the segment yesterday. Your glasses that you had before, I think, were appropriate, but I support you going hipper if you want. Oh, by the way, I have an extra white belt if you want one.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Test night. So here we go.
Yeah. Started.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I like him Speedy had the other day that locked around his head.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
Those were
do
nice.
those. They had a little magnet.
Yeah.
Hang on your head.
Hadn't seen them since.
We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
And we need to apologize to some folks, I think.
Yeah. If it gets too bad, just pull the fire alarm and run.
Yeah, I know we have people outside that have driven as far away as from Ohio and Virginia.
I'm afraid just John's drilling them down.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Well, I say that, I probably wouldn't. 21 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is the number. And we thank you for being with us. So we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. So
do you think our interview with the commissioner went well?
Yeah, I think it did. I think it went real well.
I think we're buddies now. But, I mean, we got a situation outside this studio that we got to address.
So we've got people that have driven in a bus, and I want to emphasize that, in a bus, all the way from Ohio.
I want to see that bus before y'all leave, by the way.
And then we have people who have driven all the way from Virginia. And they came here, and they've probably been looking forward to this for weeks and weeks on end.
Right.
First of all, we shut down the golden ticket seats, so they can't come in.
I know.
All right, so
And I'm sorry about that.
That's your first disappointment. And then when they get here, we haven't seen Just John in months. And he picks today of all days to come and stand
and hold court
with these people that have driven so far. And I don't think John has stopped talking to them since he arrived on the scene. And I'm sure the topics have just been
still going,
invigorating.
Just swat him out of the way if he's bothered.
Yeah. So John is a little bit of John goes a long way, and so if the expiration date is kind of hit on your visit with John, you can just let him know. I mean, John. Just from me watching,
if you feel like you should get in your camper and speed away at a high speed,
right.
You've got to that point,
right? If y'all want to strap him to that back part of the
next to the bicycles,
next to the bicycles, and maybe leave him out at Oak Mountain. So just. It's if y'all got all you need there,
just wave or something. Let us know.
Yeah, okay.
No mas.
He understands no mas. He speaks fluent Spanish. And so, John, it's good to see you, buddy, and enjoy the rest of your day. And that's maybe let them have this last 45 minutes to themselves.
Well, if somebody's got a mask and gloves on, he sure is up in their grill.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's and all of them, by the way. John, it's good. I'm just trying to help you. I'm trying to
ease up a little bit.
I'm trying to be a good
tap the brake.
I'm trying to be a good host to them, and just like I said to the tattoo community, John, I'll say to you, less is more.
Oh, there goes the mask. He is laughing. Okay, that's good.
Be careful, they've all had it.
I saw one of them coughing a minute ago. Better be careful.
Watch out there, John. So, all right.
That helps us a little bit. They're smiling.
God love them. God love their hearts.
Patience of Job out there.
All right. At least the couple from Virginia is going somewhere else. They got to get to Huntsville.
Okay.
For a conference. Right. The couple from Ohio came all the way here just for us.
Right.
But they do have a camper they can go hide.
They do. They do. A really cool one too.
And who sent the candy in here just a minute ago?
Yeah. That was well played.
All of our shutdown of golden ticket seats, all of our distance, all of our sheer terror of trying to minimize the people that we come in contact with. But if you bring candy, we'll bring it in here and then we'll put it in our mouth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That piece of chocolate could be hey, Rick, it could be drenched in COVID-19, and I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna roll the dice.
I like to see you taste it right now.
Well, it's got caramel in it, so I won't be able to talk the rest of the segment. I'll be chewing like Gus the Mule.
All right.
I'm going to hit it in the break.
All right, Timmy is calling.
Hey, Timmy.
Hey, Timmy. How you doing, buddy?
Timmy. Hey, Timmy.
I'm good. I just wanted to, I felt convicted about it, so I figured I need to apologize for taking Mr. Burgess's bike. But it did lead to me discovering my true self, and I just cruised on a little bike over to the soccer field, gave the bike to the recycling bin, and there I went, and now I'm living happily as Tamra.
What is that?
Is that Timmy? Was it?
It was Timmy. Now she's living as Tammy. In other words, she covered the whole series of things that happened after the bicycle.
I got it.
I got it, Timmy.
That was very good, Timmy.
I'm just put them together.
You
like
that's
Timmy?
well done right there.
I had that candy here, and I was really fired up to pay attention.
Bobby in Trustful, listen to ZZK. Bobby, go ahead.
Rick, I want to get Rick and Speedy and Helmsy's opinion on this, Greg, too. Am I the only one that noticed that Bubba was just giddy talking to Greg Sankey? He was like a sixth grader talking to his crush.
He was.
Well, I thought I was just asking questions that you guys wanted to hear. That's all.
Just giggling at every little comment he made. It was remotely funny.
He hadn't acted that way since Dr. Burks was on. You remember that?
Greg loves the scarf.
That's good. I didn't. I think you were excited to talk to him. I mean, but I wouldn't call you draw back like a flip.
No, I think it was Speedy laughing while I was asking questions.
Well, don't blame that on me now. I can't
Rick,
help you're funny.
The only person that would have got him more fired
That's
up
a good answer.
lately is Britney Spears. He's been giving us updates every day. Thank you.
Give him some more chocolate.
Greg, I messed up and I said something to Greg, and he won't keep anything private.
No.
He won't keep anything.
No,
private.
he loves it. If he
I made one comment about Dr. Burke, and he just will not let me live it down.
You're right.
At Mama June.
Now that one is totally wrong. I told Greg one time that I thought Dr. Burke was kind of hot in a librarian way.
You like scarves. And then when y'all interviewed her, she was like, Bubba asked some questions. That's a really good question. She went on and on. And that just pushed him over. That pushed him right over the mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you didn't go attractive. You went hot, huh?
In a librarian way.
Gosh, that's good.
I just hurt my neck.
Let's go to James.
Greg just took it and run with it.
James in Missouri. James, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, how y'all doing
I don't know
today?
if y'all been to the library like
Good,
that.
James. Go ahead.
Hey, so you needing to get new glasses today? Is that what I hear?
Well, from what I've heard, my wife said she's going to take the prescription and take me somewhere and try to help me pick out some new glasses today that she says are hipper than the ones I had before.
I can't wait to see what she gets.
My wife, she went and got her eyes checked not too long ago. Went to an eyeglass place, came home with like a $600 pair of frames, and I didn't say nothing, but I'm thinking, good Lord, woman, And then she says, hey, I heard about this website, Zenny.com, that you need to check out because I was also needing new glasses.
What was
so
it?
I get on there and Zenny, Zenni, Zenny Optical.
Yeah.
Okay.
And anyway, I got me progressive lenses, and man, with shipping and everything, it was just a little over $100.
How they look?
So, they look great. They even got a deal where you basically take a photo of your face.
I've heard about
this.
this.
Basically, virtually try on all these different pairs.
I heard about this.
To get an idea
No
what
way
they're
I'm gonna
gonna
put that
look
effort in, but how about this? But I have heard about this.
James, how
Send us a picture,
how
James.
soon did your wife lose her frames?
Oh no, she still got them.
Yeah, if I paid
Or
$600, I would sit on them in 2 days.
Bubba, I would attach those chains to the end of them.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Now if I get free glasses like at Pizza Hut, I kept those for 3 years.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't get rid of them. Threw them away. Somebody brought them back to
I
me.
think he needs to send us a picture of himself in his new glasses. Let us be the
I'd like
judge
to
of
see
how
it.
I want to see what they look like.
Y'all have to admit, these glasses I had, I kept them for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That wasn't bad. Now they a little scuffed up.
Mine are bent because I sat on
Yeah,
them.
I
like
sit
Bubba
on
said.
them, then bend them back the other way, and then they're real loose.
They never get right.
I've noticed with glasses, you almost need to wear them all the time or never wear them.
I know. It's not a good
That back and
part-time
forth
thing.
thing. No. I'm thinking about doing what Bubba's talking about. I may get some of those that turned into sunglasses in the sun.
You just keep them on all the time.
Yeah.
I got a friend of mine that has the sunglasses with the reader in the bottom, but he has to wear them inside, so everybody thinks he's trying to be cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Is he cool?
Oh yeah, he's real cool. He's a bus driver.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We record another episode of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Brad Ryan will be our guest from 3 on the String and the creator of this song, Rick and Bubba. And we'll talk to him about his history with the show and a couple of music factoids today I think you're going to like. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show have been partnering for many years now. Go to relieffactor.com, get a 3-week supply for only $19.95. This is a 100% drug-free supplement that helps the body lower or eliminate pain because these botanicals all have the natural capability to help with the body's natural inflammatory response. So in 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's helping you or not. So $19.95 covers that. The majority of people that order this always say, they come back and say, man, the emails we've gotten, for many, this has been the answer to their problems. And the beautiful thing is it was the answer inside a natural supplement. So that is really cool. So relieffactor.com, $19.95 for the quick start pack, and put Relief Factor to work for you. I take it twice a day, every day, 3 times if I've got something that's bothering me or I've injured something, trying to be sharp or do a little better. So you can get yours today as well. To the phones we go. Keith is at Walt Disney World. Now, can you imagine being at Walt Disney World right now? Keith, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Sir.
Hey, buddy.
Good, fellas. Hey, the capacity here was supposed to be 93%, but a lot of people's canceled their vacation, so it's only 63%, and it's a great time.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Listen, other than the fact that it's 1,000 degrees in Central Florida, can I tell you this? Going to Disney
More
World,
bugs than they are stars.
If you move in during this pandemic scare, and before you know it, you don't even need a fast pass. I bet I've never been to Disney World when you have that kind of freedom. How's it feel?
Oh, it's incredible, man. You don't have to wait, and well, most of the time you want to be in the room where the AC is.
Right.
But it's fun. But by the way, we're down here because it's mine and my wife's 15th wedding anniversary, and she is just peachy keen.
She's what?
Peachy keen.
Peachy keen. Okay. And what's your wife's name?
Bonnie.
Bonnie. Here we go. 1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Happy anniversary to Keith and Bonnie. It's today's surprise day.
Congratulations.
But you know what? I don't like a pandemic. None of us do. But to get the crowds down at Disney World.
For just a minute, it made me think, what does the line look like at Six Flags today?
I bet it's low. I bet it's not very long. If you want to go to a theme park, if it's open, now's the time to do it. It was not that way. Big Love went to visit his buddy in Cincinnati over the break during the time that everybody thought it was over. He said, "Let me tell you, when you don't go to a theme park, when everybody thinks it's free and clear."
Yeah, and they're coming out of their shell, and they've been cooped up for a year.
He said they were there for 4 hours and rode 3 rides.
I see.
And I said, "What about a fast pass?" He said, "Well, we weren't set up, and they ran out of them." Let's go to Richard in Huntsville, 100.3 The River, Big Ham Fest this weekend.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Richard, go ahead.
The granddaddy around here.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy. Kildare.
I had a found out you can't have nothing this morning.
What happened? What did you think you could have?
Well, I'm the Richard that brought the tamales, and they got me working in Huntsville now. And got up there, got another rain day. Some guys stayed, some guys got sent home. So went, got oil change, went to the house, got my fishing poles, and I was 2 minutes from turning into the bait shop. And take a guess what happened.
Flat tire?
Flat tire?
No, I got that phone call. I need you to come on back in.
You did. Why'd you answer?
Golly. Hey, you can't even have a fishing trip.
You know you ought to fish in an area with no cell service.
I tell you,
everybody knows that.
That's why it's good we don't have cell service down here at Lake Mitchell.
My whole demeanor changed in an instant.
Oh, man. Here, let me go
So
ahead.
sorry, buddy.
Let me go ahead and play it for you. Here you are. You're turning into the bait shop. Your phone rings.
Yeah, about sums it up.
Man, I'm so sorry. Went ahead and had you raw. I thought you had an off day.
Sure.
I mean, you first.
Sorry, buddy.
Hey, your first mistake was thinking you could have something. To Jarrett out of Starkville, 96.1. Hail State. Jarrett, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I got a quick question, and I had this conversation the other day with someone. So the Bible tells us that we're supposed to abide by man's law unless it interferes with God's law. So I threw out a scenario for him. If the vaccine mandate, were to become, let's say, a law that we're required by law to take it, where does that fall on that in y'all's opinion?
It's a great question.
It is a good question, and I think you would have to consider one thing. We live in a democracy, thank the Lord above, the day and time we live in, that we have the right to redress our government. So while the government may have it as a mandate, we have the right to object to that, to challenge that, and even bring lawsuit against it. I don't think that breaks the biblical mandate because once it was settled, once it was adjudicated out, you might have to give in to the government's wishes. I don't think taking the vaccine would go against any of God's laws the way I look at it right now. Rick, you may feel different.
No, I think you hit it perfect. I mean, if I was living in a kingdom and the king sent out all the subjects will now be vaccinated and to go against this mandate is to be beheaded, I think that's different than anyone caught praying to Jehovah, anyone caught talking about Jesus. That is now outlawed. I do not think those are the same things.
Yeah, now if the government come out and said you have to worship an idol, then you got an issue.
Well, and then there's this. You said it. We're fortunate enough that we have been given a constitutional republic. So, and we are guaranteed certain liberties. So we actually have a case against that.
Yeah, it's a process. It's not quite as cut and dried as if the king barks it out.
But if it came down to it that it became law. And we didn't come to a conclusion that it was an immoral law. Now I don't think you would be in sin to say, I believe the government has overstepped its boundaries in the government system that God placed me in.
And let it play out.
Yeah.
And that may mean lawsuits, that may mean challenges, that may mean public hearings. I mean, it's a process. It's a little bit different now if you just want to walk it all the way out,
right,
so to speak.
Yeah, remember what we're told. We're told to be at peace, with the government and to be at peace with other people as much as that is our responsibility, as much as we can control. Sometimes you can't control people coming against you or trying to force things on you because that you didn't have anything to do with.
And there's times you have to stand down and accept what they are giving you. But again, in our form of government, you have the right to speak up, which that's not what a lot of the citizens of the world ever had a chance to do.
Let's go to Andrew in Hattiesburg. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing all right, man. Rick, are your fat fingers in charge of the soundboard lately? Because there have been a ton of miscues. I mean, every day.
It's probably the affiliates.
Probably
when
the
you're coming
affiliate,
out of those
yeah.
breaks, they don't match up it perfect every time.
Yeah. What station are you listening to?
I'm on TuneIn, WZZK.
Well, Adler's covering your music. There's a lot
Well,
going
again,
on
if it's ZZK's feed, it's one. If it's the pure network feed, it's another. So it really depends on where you're hearing it.
Be specific. What do you mean by miscues?
Like it'll have clapping instead of, coming in normally like Rick and Bubba. Instead it'll be clapping, or it'll be, just a random, what do you call it? I don't know. Anyways, you have a random soundbite that just doesn't match up at all, not even close.
Talking about off the
the hitting the applause every so often. Yeah, that would be on me. I don't know what you mean by
it's kind of Rick's hands version of us misspeaking.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some of that.
You're gonna have some of that.
Yeah.
I think
that makes sense.
I think if you look at the things that all of us control on the number of minutes and the number of hours and the number of shows we do, it's probably a very small percentage. And I believe because of our commitment to excellence, they really stand out.
That makes sense. It's just been a lot more than it used to be. I was just wondering.
It could be. It could be during the period of time that you are listening. Whoever's running the board is not having a good run right now. Could be that. But things like hitting the wrong button over here, that is totally on me.
Did you hear Speedy's miscue earlier?
Did you hear that one?
Oh. I was so confused that I came in on the tick and I said, are they doing a best of? And it took me about 15 minutes before you finally mentioned COVID. And I go, okay, it is up to date. I was so confused.
Yeah. We've just learned
ready to go about everything.
We've just learned that Speedy can't have a discussion about ticks. We've just learned that can't happen. No, that can't happen. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, Andrew. Hey, keep me in line, buddy. All right, we'll be right back. Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Day without 'em, brother.
Things you need to know. Cape Girardeau, Missouri, coming up this Saturday. Linwood Baptist Church. I look forward to seeing all the men that'll be attending there for the Man Church one day. We'll have all the resources from themanchurch.com. Looking at email right now, more churches signing up literally by the day into the men's discipleship strategy found at themanchurch.com. Also, here's another opportunity. So, Man Church one day with Rich Wingo and me Saturday, Cape Girardeau, Linwood Baptist Church. August 27th, Parkview Baptist, Tuscumbia, Alabama. Helmsy will be speaking there at their Man Church. They're kicking off the discipleship strategy there. The 27th of August, the church at Old Town in Helena, Alabama. I'll be speaking there that night. We'll also hear a really, really cool testimony from professional golfer Bill DeVore. So that'll be a great night. We're going to have food trucks. We're going to have some golf, putting and stuff outside, and some games starting at 6 local time. And then you can eat, you can enjoy some of the hanging out and fellowship. Then we'll do the service starting at 7, and then we'll be giving you an opportunity again to go into these small groups coming out of that as well. The 23rd of August, Ted Traylor will be speaking at First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa. He'll be there doing their Man Church. They're doing the strategy, and this will be their gathering, and they'll give you a chance to go into some more Bible studies from our curriculum. So catch Ted Traylor August 23rd there at First Baptist Church in Tuscaloosa. Then August 29th, Rich Wingo will be at Columbus, Mississippi, First Baptist Church for their Man Church. And that same night, Shades Mountain Baptist Church has Dr. Robert Smith coming in to speak at their Man Church. So all that's out there. Find them near you and go out and participate. And then, of course, think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Chris Pensacola standing by. Chris, how are you today, buddy?
Good, guys. How about you?
We're great. We're fired up and we're ready.
Okay. Well, I've just now recovered from Greg now saying that Field of Dreams is not a baseball movie.
Right.
I literally was scarred.
Well, I'm sorry. Truth hurts.
All right. Well, I got two for you right here, Grego.
Right.
What do you think? All right. What do you think Smokey and the Bandit is? A cops and robbers movie or a racing movie?
That is a beer movie. No doubt.
Oh, my gosh. Do you have another one, Chris?
Yeah. What do you think Cannonball Run is? A racing movie?
I'm gonna be honest. I've never watched it all the way through.
You've never watched Cannonball Run?
I
Oh,
Greg,
Bubba, I'm sorry.
Greg, it
Get
is.
it, Rick. Get it.
I'm so sorry.
It's a good. It's to me the comedy.
It's not a race
aspect
movie
of it-
like racing, like Stroke or Ace.
It's like Smokey and the Bandit, but to me with some better comedy in it, really, because of the characters.
Yeah, that's just a comedy that has cars.
That's funny.
Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr. as Priest. It don't get much better than that, Rick.
So you're still saying Field of Dreams is not a baseball movie? Even though in the movie they say that the only thing that's been constant throughout the history of our world has been baseball. Greg? And you still say it's not a baseball movie? That line is in the movie.
Rick,
that baseball is the only constant.
Don't get me started. I'm not going to get started again.
Okay, all right.
Are you serious?
Well, I'm just saying it says that in the movie. Right. And
Say the line again. He wasn't listening. Say it. Say it.
Mom.
Yeah. Oh boy. Say that baseball has been the only thing that was constant throughout time. Baseball has been constant.
But this movie wasn't about baseball being constant through time. It wasn't.
Or was it?
It wasn't
because
the theme
of all
of the
the
movie.
characters that showed up.
Well,
science fiction movie.
Rick, let me ask you this: Does that
Time
line?
travel.
Does that line alone, when they say it's always been about baseball, make it a baseball movie?
No.
Does that
baseball
move it out
movie
of
is
the
about
sci-fi
like a
world?
baseball team or a baseball player and his career and a team and what they did. That's a baseball movie.
To say Field of Dreams is not about baseball. I'm not saying teams, just baseball is. I just don't know. I agree.
It's
That's
part
hard-
of the subject. We don't do this again.
I'm just saying.
It's part
Greg,
of
it's about a
the
team
subject in the
through
movie.
time.
You know what it's about? A bunch of ghosts playing baseball.
Right.
If
Playing
you
base-
think-
playing
but
what?
there's ghosts playing baseball.
Playing what?
Or is it
which
his
is not a
memory?
baseball movie.
Or is it his memory of them?
It's a horror movie that features some ghosts playing baseball.
What was it? What was it he was told to build?
Rick, that doesn't matter.
I just
he
say
built
it.
a baseball
Okay.
field, but it wasn't a baseball. It was about a guy traveling
who-
the country trying to tell people.
And
that
what
he's-
did the ghosts show up? What were they?
Where were they?
What did they wear?
There were ghosts, though. It
But
doesn't
what
matter.
did they wear?
What they had.
And what did they do?
They were
It doesn't
ghosts.
matter.
They were
What did
ghosts
they
from what
do?
sport?
They did something and they were wearing something.
But that doesn't make the subject.
They
of the
were
movie
ghosts from the sport.
Was somebody from the past, some ghosts showing up, scaring everybody.
From what sport in the past?
And I'm traveling. That's what it's about.
He and his dad played what game
It
together?
doesn't matter. It's not a baseball movie. It's a time travel / ghost story.
Did he and his dad fish?
It wouldn't have been a fishing movie if they did. It wouldn't have been a fishing movie.
What if he'd been told to build a pond?
That's right. It's the same thing. It wouldn't have been a fishing movie if he had to travel around the country and find somebody that goes to a game.
And what if
sees a
James
message.
Earl Jones said the only thing that's been constant throughout history is fishing?
And it really confused the whole Moonlight Graham thing. Confused me. I mean, I pick him up. He's a kid, and then
Now who didn't? Yeah, but now what was it he loved though?
that ain't the point, right? He was being a doctor.
Burt Lancaster made a
He
decision.
loved being a doctor.
Yeah, but what was he playing?
So if a kid walks up, steps across the first base line, all of a sudden he turns into an old man. That's not horrifying.
Greg, let me ask you this.
No matter what he
Let me
was
ask you
playing.
this. The movie The Ten Commandments was about what?
Greg, are you willing to say? I'm going to try to find a compromise. Are you willing to say that The Field of Dreams is a baseball horror movie?
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. Even though a better baseball horror movie would be like about a team that like had some
Understood.
ghost that snuck in, or you know what I'm saying.
Right, yeah.
If you wanted to have a football horror movie, you'd make it about the Minnesota Vikings.
There you
It
go.
always goes back
there
to
he
that.
is.
It's always
more
goes
shot.
Rick, why'd you bring this back up? Rick, you really don't understand.
The caller did.
The caller did.
The caller brought it. I didn't bring it up.
Attention.
I didn't bring it up. I will be honest with you. That's something I've been thinking about. But I mean,
It's not about, I mean, when you
it's fine, Greg. I understand where you are.
Look,
Greg, I understand. I was just simply.
Greg, I'm gonna get you out of this.
You know what I was, Greg? I was just a guy.
42 baseball movie.
I know. I'm just a guy who said you might want to consider some
The
things. That's it.
Natural baseball movie.
Greg, I've heard the list. I got
Major League baseball movie.
it. Got it.
Just saying.
What you're saying, in order for it to be a baseball movie, the baseball players have to be alive in their current time.
Yeah, that would be step one. Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
totally.
they can't be from. They can't walk out of corn,
Right.
either.
They can't walk out of court.
Come on, Rick. They need to ride a bus to the game like teams do,
right,
and get out and get in the dugout like teams do.
I got you.
You don't walk.
But
out
what
of
did the
corn.
ghosts do? Rattle chains? Haunt people?
It was a
Make
ghost
'em be
story
quiet?
about ghosts who
got
like
it.
baseball.
If for the love
So
of
it's
the
a
game,
baseball ghost movie.
if for the love of the game, it had been in modern time, and all these women baseball players walked out of the corn, not a baseball movie. It's only a baseball movie because they were playing in the current time set where the movie was. They were alive and playing.
Yeah,
I got you.
that helps, Rick.
I'm just trying to figure it out. I know you have your little things. You know, I finally figured out why you don't like medleys. It took me a while, but I figured it out.
I mean, we're gonna pick
Just the
Moonlight
face
Graham up
change?
hitchhiking.
That was it.
So now I'm in modern time, and James Earl Jones finally believes me because he saw this message, and we're gonna pick up Moonlight Graham as a teenager hitchhiking.
I got it.
Now that's not a baseball movie.
The time travel movie.
It's a time travel movie.
I got it. I understand your logic.
So, but you do think
So
42 is a
basically,
baseball movie?
It is.
It's not a civil rights movie or anything?
Well, it's got that twist to it.
So basically, that movie and say Back to the Future is the same.
It really
genre.
is.
It's right there, right there together.
Just
Even
people
though
have
they
to do
didn't play baseball.
But throw a little ghosty in there. There's no
Yeah.
ghost in Back to the Future.
Well,
Not ghost.
well, you're right.
That's strictly time travel.
So ghosts don't officially time travel because they're ghosts. We never really think about that. Right?
That's true. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber.